I have been so busy. So I need to come in here and see what this even looks like. Nice. Okay, I like this format. Okay, do you guys see my workspace? Yep. Okay, so you all see my workspace too. So nice. Yeah. So yeah, this is I'm preparing my little new setup. I'm making it where I have brought in my laptop so I can kind of come in here and let me see. Let me see. Okay. All right. Nice. I was just making sure that there's sound. So there is indeed sound. So I am live. I am on. I've got my little thing going on here. So yeah, I need to research. So I'm in here working and studying, getting ready for huge lives. And oh yeah, I'm absolutely ready for my lives. That's 100%. I would say that's accurate description of what I've got going on. Hmm. So yeah, I guess I can. Yeah, I can just kind of like monitoring to see. I don't know. Um, yeah, I just wanted to come in and create a little psychic space in which I can study. That's all that I'm doing. I've been working and taking calls, and I know we're getting ready to lose an hour. So like I'm dialed in, and people are checking in on me. And I'm like I'm fine. I just need the systems to be fine. Hmm. So, anyways, hmm I'm in a good way. Got a lot of good things going on today. Whew. So I have like, how many do I've got roughly, I don't know, like 8 days, 7 days. Anyways, I'm putting a lot of time because they've done a promotion. I'm trying to balance. I'm trying, of course, I'm trying to be prompt. The readings, the readings are excellent. So I'm safeguarding those for sure. Yeah, I thought I would come in and start creating a bit of a space where, yeah, I should be multitasking more. I needed to go live, but at the same time, I need to research. At the same time, I need to be working. So it's like work, research. I'm like, wait a minute. This is my game. I get to do all three. I have all the abundance of time, including in the present, not just vying for future. Like, plus, I need to be a little bit more spontaneous for sure. But at least I have all my notes prepared. So I do have all my notes and things like that. So this is just outside stuff research. But I aligned to see how I wanted to present the information because there's just infinite angles that I could take. I'm like, I can go this way with it, I can go that way with it. I'm like, which way do I go? How do I take this? So I was like thinking, got it. I didn't know how it was going to organize, how it was going to come out, but I think I got my three main videos. Besides the one I'm doing an additional one. I wanted to read what's going on in the medias. So I'm like reading very specific individuals, Roland Martin. I'll be, I'm looking at his charts. Um, but I, become, I guess, highly focused. My attention has been on Kamala Harris. Oh gosh. So, which has been fascinating, actually. I really love the readings that I've been getting, the insights I've been getting. Um, oh yeah, definitely have some deep live streams set up, and I pretty sure that I'm gonna do them in the morning. Cause I was just sitting here and I was like, in the evening I could, but I could also do it in the morning. So I'm wondering if I should actually do all three. I'm thinking about doing all three in the morning, but I'm not going to do them at the exact times that's stated. But I'm going to do them in the exact day that's stated. So it might say PM, but I might come in AM instead. Because I've been kind of thinking about why not come in at around like 3-ish in the morning. That's what I'm thinking. And then work my way up. Then whenever I do very specific, like if I'm going to cater, then I would do like my lives like at a scheduled time. Right now I'm on my time, so I'm thinking like maybe I could do it in the morning, but a lot earlier than this. So I'm intending perhaps we're talking about 3 a.m. 3 a.m. my time. So I just set my clock back. So yeah. Hmm. I just set the clock. Well, I didn't physically set it back. It's like it's I know it's gonna do that automatically, but I've already started prepping for everything an hour early. So that's what's going on my time. I got to make sure that I am not late. I don't want to be late at all for any reason. There's no reason to be. I'm like, my work is literally so often in the next room over. It only takes me like I can get there in 5 steps. Because you sometimes I have to. If I'm like way on the other side, I'm like trying to hustle to get here. And I have 3 rings to do so. So I'm like, and now I'm faster though. I'm getting here like in 2 rings, but enough time to like just like kind of wait and get that first little snippet of the third ring, because I like to I originally I liked answering the phone first ring because I have a little jingle that how we're friends, and I'm so confident in our session today. I entered the first ring, but now I'm like, I like the feel and the voice tones of when I enter in the third ring, somewhere around there, like in that at least second ring after the second ring has rung, and they're like third ring, and I pick up, and I kind of like that. I like the flow of the energy. So yeah, I know 2 different ways I can enter the first ring. That's when I'm excited and thrilled. But the third ring is more calm. Yeah. But nonetheless, it depends on like how the day's going as well. Because, if my clients are like having a tough go at it, then I definitely would do third rings. But when it's like high energy, first rings for sure. First rings, no, undoubtedly. Anyway, so I was here to work, actually, not here to talk. So I probably should. So what was I? Oh yeah, 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 yeah. So I didn't know how I wanted to do this. I didn't know if I want to go live on the laptop and then like research using my phone, or so then I said, why not grab the laptop, turn on the phone, and just then I ended up creating a workspace I wasn't even anticipating creating. So now I have like I kind of have an little style setup. I've got my little workspace here. I can make it where you can see this a little more. Oh no, it's just fine. I look on the computer. I'm looking at the phone versus on the laptop. On the laptop, you can clearly see my workspace. Thumbs up on that. Um, mm, yeah, I can definitely, yeah, it's nice. So I need to relax. I need to relax. Okay, so, um, all right. Yeah, so, oh yeah, this upcoming live, actually, I have to bring in the Bible again. So I have to bring in the Bible again because I was getting insights. And I don't know what is it like. Why do people say that they get the word from like how do you get? I don't understand this. How do you get the word from the Spirit, but you don't hear a word that Jesus Christ said? It's like there's a contradiction there. Like I'm hearing from the Spirit, but yet I'm not hearing the words the heart of Christ. I don't get that because what the heart of Christ or his desires or what he wants sounds contrary to what when people say they're getting word from the spirit as a comforter and and things like that and counsel the great counselor. It sounds like there's contradiction, like there's two people going on at once. Oh, let me catch you. I just saw you. Hi, just subscribe and listening in. Hi, Scorpio 111. I want to welcome you for welcome you a new subscriber. You have a good point there. Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah, yes. I'm so happy that you have subscribed. Welcome. And yes, I'm just sitting here just thinking. I've been pondering these things because I'm like lying there trying to get as much as hours in as I can, just even if I just lay still. Uh, and these thoughts just rush in my head, and I'm thinking, why aren't we able to understand spirit and Christ and there's without contradiction? I didn't understand that. Like, there's some wild, like, information out there. And I think that the more that the truth and the reality manifests, I think that it's going to shake people because it's not going to be what they thought it was. It's not going to be what they expected in a very real way. In a very real way. I don't know how they're going to handle it. You know, I'm more worried about how they're going to handle it than the outcome of things. I'm being very general here, very big, very generic here, being very vague here, but and I can match it to real things, but it would be like I'm convicting people, and I don't want to come off like that, but per se, I hear people saying that they're receiving these insights from the holy path of a prophet or a sage or even spirit, as they say, Holy Spirit, but never do they say Jesus Christ Himself. They never say that. They like, well, and then they describe like what He did. Like, okay, he died, or he sacrificed Himself, or He presented Himself as a sacrifice, and He has a baby. Like, I'm like, this man is grown up now. Like, he is over 2,000. Like, it's like, okay, well, he's baby, he was born, but they never really say. They may even say, I got the message from the Lord. They may say that, but they don't say Jesus Christ, Lord, gave me this word. It's like, it's more like I would see it as They walk in and like, I'm a son. Oh, go in and sit down, Jesus. Like I literally am thinking they're gonna walk into the great white throne room of God, and Jesus Christ is sitting on his throne right next to his Father. And we're like, excuse me, could you go over, could you go like go talk to Edna or go do it, like go in the field of flowers. Yeah, I need to speak to Abba. I'm like, that's the impression that they give me. I hate to be so. I was trying not to need to say that out loud. I was like, that's what I was trying to avoid, but there's no way I cannot say that. I'm like, it almost like whenever a person now says it these days, because there's so many like actual like functioning atheists who know the Bible better than anybody, better than a pastor does. You know, they know everybody's like business in the church. I mean, they know that book through and through, and recall scriptures. And I'm like, look, they say, well, I'm getting this from the Lord. I get the list for those Spirit. I'm like, which Lord? Which holy? Like which spirit? There's many spirits. Lowercase spirit, uh, uppercase spirit. Like which one? Like is it the Holy Spirit or is it a spirit? Like and Lord, like Lord whom? Like Lord Mercury, Lord Mars, Lord Jupiter, Baal the Lord. I don't know which, like who. So it makes me like, I'm like, so now I'm like hearing anything, I'm like plugged in, and I'm like, okay, wrong, discrepancy, wrong. That's not what that means. That's like, oh boy, okay, that's why I've been thinking about this all night. Not to be convicting or anything like that, and I don't want to like bring up what specific things that people have said, but that's why I think I said I need to focus more. Please don't make me say this out loud. Okay, I don't want to say this. Please don't make me. I'm a psychic. I have my tarot cards right here. I am an astrologer. I stargaze. I crystal gaze. Yes, I even know how to operate a pendulum. I do. I absolutely do. I know how to scry. I know how to sci-fi, uh, remote view. I do all that. I have done it. Like why? I don't know why. And like why do I don't know why I feel the need to say anything. I should stay out of it. I think in the where I felt myself pulled into this conversation was not only the height of things, but it was that they did what they always do. They always put us in the like we're as though we're in a fight for like we just come out only in October. We're like bring it on, and I'm like that's not us. Like I haven't heard a thing from. I've been reading and saying little things and predictions all year since we got in become into 2024, and I haven't heard a peep from you all. Only talking about like the biscuit is going bad. Oh yeah, you might want to reconsider ketchup. That or like 2 buck 2, no there, nowhere. Oh yeah, their wheat is spoiling. They're spoiled wheat. I'm like, who? Like, what group is this? What group of people? And what is their tribe? Like, get them some modernization quick. Because go into any restaurant, a small restaurant, and ask them, "Excuse me, for my sanity, I've been told we're running out of food. Are we running out of food?" No, because the farmers are actually online saying, "Buy from us directly." Untainted, like whole and professionally wrapped. We'll get it to you. You want dairy, you want fruits, you want meat, plenty of meat. Don't let this milk spoil. And I was like, they couldn't. We're gonna run out of food. They're gonna be shortage. Like, that's your prediction. That the farmers are coming online and saying, no one's buying from us. Why? Why are we not able to put our products on market? You know, we got a farm to run. People depend on us, and we depend on the almanac. So I'm like, so they redirect their attention to like places we never even heard before. Like, like on a map, they're like, and they're like, yeah, 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 yes, yes, like that's what that's what universe use your gift for. That's what yours is used for. So I heard it's the conversation I'm trying to avoid not to talk about. This person said that because of a sequence of discovering a moth, and I'm like, people like that when they say their predictions or their visions and their dream. I make predictions for a living all year round, not just in October, and I also interpret dreams all year round, not just in October. And I understand symbolisms. He's, you know, this person describes a moth, you know, being they found it in the garage or something, and how long it takes for this, you know, for the I guess the caterpillar, you know, chrysalis, and then moth, and an exact date of the election and how it aligned, and hearing a knock at the door, and they answered, and it was someone saying, "Have you voted yet? Here, vote." And of course, there's Kamala Harris and Trump wearing the same exact attire as they had placed on their in their profile, I guess in their thumbnail. And they said that the moth was a sign that who was going to be next president, which they believe is going to be Trump. But again, here's the spirit, like Jesus Christ's heart, and then what they're saying spirit is telling them, and then there's their own heart, presumptuous, I believe, what they call presumptuous prophecy, and arrogance, and that's the whole scripture. And it states that, uh, well, the person, you know, is saying that this means that the moth represents, because there's something called a Trump moth, that Trump will be the next president. That's their prophecy. Now they're trying to kind of backpedal a little bit. Like, I don't know if it's gonna actually be, but it doesn't matter who becomes president. Is, you know, God is still in control. No, that is being passive, and the prophets are not passive. They're speaking. God is not passive, and when they speak, though God, Jesus Christ is not passive. So when you speak to Jesus Christ, word is going to be specific, and there's no taking it back. And when your heart is aligned with Christ, you're wanting what Christ wants. You're not divided between Christ and yourself, because you know that what Christ's plan is going to guarantee you freedom, liberation, and ability to prosper and to grow in the spirit, grow spiritually, and in Him. So that's why I'm a little bit conflicted about it, because it is highly inaccurate. Because I you know what a moth does. A moth. Okay, I'm the only thing I can imagine. Like Kamala Harris saying, "Oh no, no, we can't have moths in my, you know, like around my clothing." Because what do moths do? Moths eat fabric, holes in your clothes. By the way, I read it today. Did you know that it's irreversible? Like you cannot uh, correct that the damage of a moth eating your fabric, eating your clothes. And Kamala Harris loves her clothes. You know, a destructive animal to be thought of like a destruct. I mean, I could see if it was a beautiful butterfly, or butterfly, you know, like a monarch butterfly. Now that I would say, okay, now that sounds promising. But I think it means what that moth means. Now I understand spirit animals, because everyone does have spirit animals. And insects are animals. I'm actually working with a client whose spirit animal is a spider, and she says she is ultimately terrified of spiders. And she says, it's so interesting you should say that because I have dreams of spiders. Hmm. And snakes are not always bad. Actually, snakes for women, women primarily dream of snakes. And not, I've never, men have never told me a dreaming of serpents, but women do a lot. And it's always important for them, and they're never really in danger, by the way. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, it's like a moth. A moth. You associate that with a good as being a good thing, and you align your heart with that, with the symbolisms of the moth. The moth, what they think is positive, oh, because in their own heart, presumptuously, they have telling their people, yes, Trump is gonna no, just say it like a prophet, say it like you said, I don't want to call myself a prophet. I'm not, but I am. But if you ever got the power obtained, I was right, a prophet, prophecy, prophet. I must be a prophet. You're gonna be like you. You're not gonna let any of us hear it, unhear it. You're gonna make sure we all hear it, including psychics. I'm the predictor. You're gonna be like that. So why not say it now? Like why not? Like okay, so I make psychic prediction. And so psychic and powerful is prophetic. And I've also used, of course, biblical elements. Of course, I'm gonna do uh, sessions, actual like lives that illustrate how actually Kamala Harris aligns with the Word of God, with the Word of Jesus Christ, aligns with Jesus Christ's Word, the Word of God. And when I say God, I mean Yahweh, Jehovah. When I say Jesus Christ, I mean Yeshua. I mean Jesus Christ. I mean point blank Old Testament and New Testament, Hebrew and Greek. I mean the one. I mean the whole out one. And if he is his color, then that's what it is. I don't care. I'm looking at his word. I think he's the color of his word. That's what I believe. His color, whatever ink it's written in, that's the color of his words. If you write in his words, sometimes I write his words in white. That's the color of his words. Sometimes I write his words in pink. That's the color. That's what Jesus Christ's color is. Sometimes I write it in blue. I have all kind of colors. I have a whole box full of colors. If I write it in this color, this is gonna be the color of Jesus Christ. If I decide to write it in this color, this is gonna be the color of Jesus Christ because Jesus Christ is the color of his words. Instead of like looking at him, look at his words. If you're looking at them at all, because some people I find are not even looking at them. They're like, excuse me, I gotta talk to Abba. Abba, spirit, okay, the spirit is telling me what? Okay, so you're the Lord. Okay, you tell me. Okay, that's what okay. Donald Trump is gonna be Donald Trump's gonna be the next president. Okay, I'm gonna go tell Chuck about it. But they don't want to, but yet they don't want to claim it full. They don't want to declare it. I have a problem. Like they don't want to declare it. Like a prophet comes in. There's no prophet in the Bible that wasn't able to declare. Even a female, even if I hate to say it like that. Pardon me, but even female like a prophetess, even declared what is said to her by Jesus Christ, logos, the word, the messengers, Yahweh, all of it, the whole shebang, but specifically in our time, Jesus Christ. Now, that's not to minimize the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit are those things. The greatest counselor, the wise counselor, the comforter, and the giver of the spiritual gifts and things of that nature. Absolutely, absolutely. But that is the process by in which we can engage what Christ is under to information is coming through. And if that's the case, if that be true, then the heart would line with Christ, who aligns with the Father. I mean, with the capital F. and a capital M, mother too, father and mother. And who is Eloah, okay, in Job, 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 book of Job, if you gotta know. And her and pronouns her, she, hers, herself. But that's another conversation. I would talk about that. I won't talk about it today. Um, Anyways, I'm gonna try to back off from that. I wasn't even intending to bring that up, but universe was like, set up the office space. I did not know I was gonna go into. I didn't even know I was gonna. I was like, I'm gonna be nice and not say anything at all. But yeah, I must. That must have been what has been. That must have been like deep down and subconsciously inside. Um, but yeah, that is definitely a misinterpretation of whatever that is, which I call it a revelation. When they say prophecy, like that means revelation. People will have revelations, or people will prophesy, meaning you'll get receive revelation. And this is a misinterpreted revelation. But then there are prophets, and but I I cannot say I believe that people can be taught, because in I believe Deuteronomy, it might be no, it wouldn't be Exodus. It'd be, as in Deuteronomy, um going back to where it says, um a prophet speaking presumptuously from their heart, and but I didn't they're not from me, so you don't fear them. It's in that scripture. Christ said, if they don't become the word, meaning if it does not come to pass, and if that prophet says it's going to rain, that prophet should be standing in the rain. That prophet says, I see abundance in your life. That prophet should be hugging you, and an abundance should be overpouring onto the prophet's body. Like becoming the word, and then the word then also becomes um, past, then listen to the person. And the words are exact. They're exact. There's no hidden symbolisms. There's no mystery to it. There's no esoterics, meanings. You just know. It just is. And you say it like it. You say it as if it come from you directly, as serious as one could declare anything. You would That's the way you would speak. And also, thus, it has to be 100% accurate. There are no 99.9% accuracy rate for prophets. That's not allowed. That's not allowed. Literally, that prophet's life is on the line. Mm-hmm. Right. It's like they get it wrong. It's literally is on their lives. It's on their life. It's in their vibration. It's in their livelihood. It will impact them. So, but people don't want that part. People are like, no, they don't. And everybody, like, I'm human and I'm not perfect. But that's the whole point of listening to the perfect one. Perfect would be Jesus Christ, who is perfect, who's giving the message. But if you truly possess, as you say, the Holy Spirit, then you can hear him. When I say the Lord, when I say Lord God, I'm really saying Lord Jesus Christ. You can hear Lord Jesus Christ. Although I am in love with Krishna's Bible, the Bhagavad Gita. Don't ever forget. I have streams me reading the Bhagavad Gita. So love that book. Love that book. So So whenever I was like reading, yeah, I was actually like, but now I kind of got my laptop in the, so now when I read it, it's gonna be like this in a dress. Okay, okay, Spirit, thank you. Thank you for guiding me, keeping me up all this morning. Like, hey, take a hint. Set up an office. This is my office room. There's a lot more space in here I could utilize. I'm only using like a fraction, like a, I would say like a little less than a quarter. So maybe I could get dreamy eyed, but this is a start. This is a start. This is where it was something like this is supposed to look like. Something like this. Yeah. So that I can kind of come in here and just talk and things like that. Anyway, I didn't mean to go so deep into that. I didn't even know that that's where I was being pulled towards. It's just, oh, by the way, my predictions say that Kamala Harris is, of course, if you've already looked at my thumbnails and you can see that clearly for yourself, I'm outright saying Kamala Harris 2025. She wins the 2024 election, comes out ahead, goes into 2025 as president of the United States of America. She and her family, she and her husband Doug going to the White House. Together. which which this means like, okay, elephant in the room, they're an interracial couple. And um um they are like their cultures are different, their nationalities are different, all of it different, but love brought them together, right? Love brought them together. um it To be the first, if we may say it first interracial couple, meaning outright comparison, like you could clearly see differences and outer differences, cultural differences, but nonetheless love there, right? It looks nothing like history. It looks nothing like American history at all. That's why people don't get it. Like people who get it. People who don't, because it doesn't. Their covenant to each other does not fit the um, status as it is American history, which I've been pondering over the past like 8 hours, 9 hours. Like, but I've been saying for past few weeks, then like what was all that for? If it wasn't to create companionship and covenant, and then inviting to create a better living experience, then what was it for? What was all that for? I love the idea. I was left with the impression I was doing my thing, whatever I was doing. But I heard in the in the vibrations, and Jesus Christ was saying, well, it wasn't for companionship, and no, you weren't a guest, and frankly, you really weren't invited. Not in the context of like inviting someone to come stay with you and you be their ward. No, absolutely not. And it wasn't for they want to they'll force a covenant, but it wasn't a covenant where it's forged through the free will. People are forcing covenant, or they're forcing an agreement, which is in everyone's reality, whether we recognize it or not, whether it works for us or they are not. Then that last piece really got me. They said that in the nature, in which, now this is biblical. I believe it's in the book of, I'm not sure, I don't want to say. I think I read it in the book of Isaiah, but because I was fact checking people who were mentioning the scripture, and it's something to do with if a man takes on a woman from out of war, does he have, the proposed question is, does he have a right to be with her? And then, of course, they read what they read and they make it into, they make it dirty. But when you actually read the entire passage, it gets to the part where it says God does not recommend it because the man, right, will not respect both of the offspring. He'll respect his wife's offspring, and he'll give all his inheritance to his offspring with his wife. But with the woman who he's made out to be like, like a mistress, if I may say it that way, or a woman that's just like a woman in captivity is what they say in the Bible. He will not look after that child, and that child will grow up to resent the both of them and goes out to be a menace. And society will not know how to handle them, and they'll have to put the child down. Literally, they said the society will bring down the child, and that it uh, and also it states that for a man, I'm pretty sure that it can go both ways, but for a man, when God, because God never abandoned Jesus Christ, right? He never abandoned his son. And so he holds up that men should not forget their offspring. And if they do, God forgets the father, the man, the earthly father. So that means the father forgets the child, makes his child an orphan. It's like God forgets the man, and as the man is a God's child, he's like he makes him an orphan. He forgets him, in fact, like in terms of like he says he doesn't continue the legacy for this father. So all the things that, let's say, he's practiced this human experience in history, right? But the legacy doesn't live. He doesn't get documented, and like his name is not written in amongst the stars. And that's the answer. It's like all of that, centuries of this, hundreds of years of this, and beyond that even. But the most memorable, the one that's going to be the legacy, as refer to as legacy writers. There are a few legacy writers, like Biden is a legacy writer. Um, I made a prediction. I said when Biden administration enters into the office, they will become legacy writers. Whoever wins, Republican or Democrats, whoever the two, will become legacy writers. But of course, we knew, I was like, Biden is going to become they're going to become legacy writers, and what that means is what they will accomplish in their lifetime will be so significant, profound, that it will be placed in history books. It will be placed in books, and it will always permeate the higher consciousness, the collective consciousness of the world, especially in Americans. And then Kamala Harris, yes, she is a legacy writer. And so, in the part where I'm talking about, so this doesn't look like this does not look like American history. What I'm saying is what people like people say, what about me? I can be a better I can be a better like I know I was a bad boss. I'll be delicate here. I know I was a bad boss, but give me another chance. I'll be a better boss. I replace boss with master. Okay, I'll go ahead and spell it out. It's like, no, no, no redos. We don't want to try again. We don't want to be plugged into it again. We don't want a better version of it, because all of it, you can't raise from a sinful seed into righteousness. Come to find out, wow, you can't beget as Ben Gitta would say, a from a negative karmic experience and bring about a positive karmic experience. You have to detach from it all. It's clearly detached from it all. And then the righteous seed is planted. And then from it springs forth righteousness. And there's nothing righteous about that side. As beautiful as America's turned out and is turning out to be, she is become the greatest. And she may not be foretold or anything like that, but at crucial times she's been there for the foretelling of, for example, is George Washington before America even becomes America. God believing, God fearing, yeah, yes, of course, dealing in slavery. Got it, 100%. And also sleeping with his half sister, but he can't consider her sibling. Remember, because you don't treat as it is if it's in the passage of Isaiah. You don't treat the women in captivity or the people in captivity as though they're your own, not even your own flesh and blood, even from the interaction between man and woman, what has you, as they are you, and you are they, which the Bible is very clear. Do not do this, don't do it. Don't make her out to be it says prostitute. Don't make her into one. Because the offspring grows up resenting you, and it's not good for society, and society beams down on them. It brings society up on their heads, which is wrong. Which that's why God said, and if you do that, making your children orphan, this is the consequence. But anyways, he what he did for Jerusalem is impactful, because this is why there's a covenant with Jerusalem between America and Jerusalem. But where did it come from? And when was it done? Well, since we're in the right space, I can look it up. Okay, so we can read it together. So this time I have the full on. So he says, let me see, George Washington's letters to the Jews. It shows how religious toleration as a principle is deeply rooted in American history. Now, remember, George Washington is the first president. So, in the founding of America, it says in August of 1790, George Washington wrote a brief letter to the Hebrew congregation of Newport, Rhode Island, where they still live today. By the way, they are taking care of Rhode Island very well. New York, right? Rhode Island, if and Washington. If anything, it is more timely than ever as we continue to struggle with questions of toleration and bigotry. He wrote about toleration and bigotry on behalf of Jewish people and to the Hebrew congregation in 1790, and of the joys and dangers of insisting on freedom of conscience in our nation and in our lives. Now, slavery is thriving in this time, right? Okay, okay, just so you know. It says, Gentlemen, while I received with much satisfaction your address, replete with expressions of esteem, I rejoice in the opportunity of assuring you that I shall always retain grateful remembrance of the cordial welcome I experienced on my visit to Newport from all classes of citizens. The reflection on the days of difficulty and danger which are past is rendered the more sweet from the consciousness that they are succeeded by days of uncommon prosperity and security. If we have wisdom to make the best use of the advantages with which we are now favored, we cannot fail under the just administration of a good government to become a great and happy people. The citizens of the United States of America have a right to applaud themselves for having given to mankind examples of an enlarged and liberal policy, a policy worthy of imitation. All possess alike liberty of conscience and immunities of citizenship. It is now no more that toleration is spoken of as it is were the indulgence of one class of people, that another enjoyed the exercise of their inherent natural rights. For happily the government of the United States, which gives to bigotry no sanction, to persecution no assistance, requires only that they who live under its protection should demean themselves as good citizens in giving it on all occasions their effectual support. It would be inconsistent with the frankness of my character not to avow that I am pleased with your favorable opinion of my administration and fervent wishes to my felicity. May the children of the stock of Abraham who dwell in this land, that's the United States of America, continue to merit and enjoy the goodwill of, of the other inhabitants, while every one shall sit in safety under his own vine and fig tree, and there shall be none to make him afraid. Protection Day 1 in America. May the Father of all mercies scatter light and not darkness upon our paths, and make us all in our several vocations useful here, and in his own, capitalize his, in his own due time and way everlastingly happy, George Washington. So then it goes on to say, Washington came to Newport for a visit in August 17th, 1790, and was addressed by Moses Ceixas, one of the officials of the long established Jewish congregation of Newport. Ceixas noted that given the grim history of the Jews, America was a particularly important place for, okay, those deprived as we uh, heretofore have been of the invaluable rights of free citizens. We now, with a deep sense of gratitude to the Almighty, disposer of all events, behold a government erected by the majesty of the people, a government which to bigotry gives no sanction, to persecution no assistance, but generously affording to all liberty, all is capitalized, all liberty of conscience, and immunities of citizenship, deeming everyone of whatever nation, tongue, or language equal parts of the great governmental machine. And then it goes and says, while I suspect many reader will find, as I do, the notion of being a part of the great government machine far less appealing than Six did, his main point remains. Okay, yeah, yeah. We don't need that. Remains. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, well, hold on. Remains vital of a vital one. Violence and government theft of their property. The American promise of toleration was an almost incomprehensible blessing, but it's extended to they none of the less. Hold on. Tolerance. Washington Address. um, Founded. Let me see. Okay, so anyway, you got the point. I mean, we can go on and on and on and on. I wanted to see just if you're not familiar with what this is when it says, and the Jews of Spain and Portugal. That's where they had, they were sent away, expelled from these Spain and Portugal, which landed them here. Okay, to America. What's brought them to America, right? And right on time. Um, okay, there's a very specific place. Okay, I'm just gonna just look it up because um, the point I was making. So besides all that, which is amazing, beautiful. Okay, a Sephardic Thanksgiving. That's what I wanted. Okay, so a Sephardic Thanksgiving, unit, uh, uniting the whole community. Okay, so it says. Okay, I want to make sure. Just one though, uh, because I wanted to read specifically how he said it when he addressed it. Mm-hmm. Congregation. Uh, I mean, I like this version, but uh, I like it the way that I like it when they produce it with his speech, like when they connect it with his speech. Okay, says okay. So anyway, it basically says in 1789, George Washington, first president of the United States of America, proclaimed November 26th as a national holiday to the people of the United States, a day of public thanksgiving and prayer. Although Washington was not a Jewish leader, Thanksgiving has its roots in the inherently Jewish concept of uh, hakarat hatav, appreciating one's good fortune. Thanksgiving. That's Thanksgiving. Okay, I think this is the one where he's proclaiming. Cause I want to get to the part where he's he specifically uses the word covenant. That's what I was looking for. He specifically uses the word covenant. He says, and I create covenant between Christian and the Jewish people, but always that you have be liberated from persecution and intolerance. That is very specific. And that's what I was looking for him to say, but I've not been able to find it. But nonetheless, it still said, it still stands, which is amazing that it's founded. And that's a lot to say for for the day of Thanksgiving. Where, I mean, actually, like, where did Thanksgiving come from? Like, I'm telling you, they do not talk about this at all. But it'd be nice if they did, right? I mean, it'd be awesome. It's not a bad thing, but I wanted to. Maybe I should just write speech. I probably need to write it like the speech he gave. A speech. Hmm, gave speech to. Well, anyway, I was trying to state that this is the reason why there's such a powerful covenant that can never be undone. It's because it's the first president. It says a proclamation. I think this is it. I'm pretty sure this sounds right. To us, temporarily prosperity given to us on this day of October. I think that this is it. Congress Almighty, the safety and happiness. Whereas it is a duty of all nations to acknowledge the providence of Almighty God, to obey His will, to be grateful for His benefits, and humbly to implore His protection and favor. And whereas both House of Congress have by their joint committee requested me to recommend to the people of the United States a day of public thanksgiving and prayer to be observed by acknowledging with grateful hearts, with many signal favors of Almighty God, especially by affording them an opportunity peacefully to establish a form of government for their safety and happiness. Now, therefore, I do recommend and assign Thursday, the 26th day of November, next to be devoted by the people of these states to the service of that great and glorious being, capital B and being, who is the benefactor, author, capitalized author, of all the good that was, that is, and that will be, that we may then all unite in rendering unto him our sincere and humble thanks for his kind care and protection of the people of this country previous to their becoming a nation, for the signal and manifold mercies and the favorable interpositions of his providence, which we experienced in the course and conclusion of the late war, for the great degree of tranquility, union, and plenty which we have since enjoyed, for the peaceable and rational manner in which we have been enabled to establish constitutions of government for our safety and happiness, and particularly the national one, capitalized one, now lately instituted for the civil and religious liberty with which we are blessed, and the means we have of acquiring and diffusing useful knowledge, and in general, for all the great and various favors which he hath been pleased to confer upon us, and also that we may then unite in most humbly offering our prayers and supplication to the great Lord and ruler of nations, capital Lord, capital ruler, capital nations, and beseech him to pardon our national and other transgressions, okay, to enable us all, whether in public, private stations, to perform our several and relative duties properly and punctually, to render our national government a blessing to all people by constantly being a government of wise, just, and constitutional laws, discreetly and faithfully executing and obeyed, to protect and guide all sovereigns and nations, especially such as have shown kindness unto us, and to bless them with good government, peace, concord, to promote the knowledge and practice of true religion and virtue, and the increase of science among them and us, and generally to grant unto all mankind such a degree of temporal prosperity as he also knows to be best, given under my hand at the city of New York, the third day of October in the year of our Lord, 1789. That's George Washington. Still, hmm, let's see, considered, let's see, Constitution. Um, what's so strange about actually finding fantastic information is that you don't lose if you don't use it, you lose it. I go through so much information. That's pretty cool to know. Uh, yeah, and like there's certain scriptures like I can never go find it again. I without having to read the whole book. I'll never run into that information again. But but I have it in my mind that I do. I have not found out a way how to uh like I have books upon books. I just end up with more, but so many tablets. Let's see what he says. If it's in here. Oh, I should probably should use that word instead. welcome. He says, in his welcome, gave thanks to the Ancient of Days. Preferences, okay. Government republic. It says liberty and the found in the New Republic. It says eloquent and the religious liberty founded in the New Republic, which is proposed Bill of Rights, would help protect. Yeah, so like from the very beginning, okay, the forming and the forging of America, okay, dealing with tolerance, informal tolerance. Uh, okay, got it. And persecution. Um, Gentleman. Okay, which one are you? Did we already read you the classes of citizens? I think I have. You already read this one. Scatter the lights. Da, 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 da. Yep, we read those. We read those. Okay, how about this? Um, whoops. Two. Letters to. Oh, let's see what's going on. Let me see about you. Welcome, 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 welcome. It says, I do keep missing stuff. I forget. Oh yeah, I am always for like forgetting stuff. Absolutely. I'm absolutely forgetful sometimes. Like I end up with stuff like this and like this and many of these, several of these down below. I, I'm guilty. I'm guilty of that. Uh, I, I think I got the point. And I mean, I'm not just saying, and he made a covenant. No, George Washington said, I made a covenant. Like I'm making a covenant. And I mean, it's a beautiful sentence, the way that he worded it. That's all I was trying to point out. Anyway, I said a lot in none of the less, pretty much. That's what it meant, when he produced that, that what he meant by that word. It's just that it's just frustrating that I kept finding it, but nonetheless, he like his main quote is, "For happily the government of the United States gives to bigotry no sanction, to persecution no assistance, requires only that they who live under its protection should demean themselves as good citizens, and giving it all on all occasions their effectual support." Oh, I mean that's pretty much wonderful. Oh, I didn't word it this way. Maybe okay. Let me see. Things to church about um Jews and, because specifically it's about Christians and Jews coming together. That's my point. Um, for Thanksgiving. So I don't want to hear about the facts. Like you're afraid of facts. Shut up. Let George say it. Support and dwell and okay, we got that part. Foundation for Education. Well, anyway, this is FEEE, Foundation for Economic Education, talks about this. So don't think I'm over here saying I don't want to hear facts. No, 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 no. I'm saying I don't want to hear their facts. Uh, I just love the way that he worded it, and it bothers me that I can't find it. It's like really but like really getting to me because this actually it's a well crafted sentence. I have to admit. It says even the structure is emphasizing. Um, Yeah, he wanted to, okay, so basically he wanted to unite Christians with Jewish, and so that we, both the Christians and Jewish people, right, could, Jewish practicing people could come together and celebrate as a people, which is a beautiful idea. And of course, he speaks to a lot of different things in those matters. Maybe I'm just using it says speaks to. Uh, I know it was a church. I'm not sure where. I don't know if it was in New York. Um, mhm. Yeah, actually, so I wasn't meaning to go down this journey. This was not my journey. What I wanted to do was actually just come in and like research and work, but I kind of jumped down a rabbit hole. I ended up, yeah, I like plunged down the rabbit hole. A message from George Washington 230 years ago, America's first American president. Yep, 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 yep. A citizen, president of his party. Um, it's just that there's a lot of beautiful words that I do appreciate. I'm gonna be honest with you. It says Washington's letter to the Hebrew congregation, powerful statement, Christian nation. Yep, 230 anniversary. Yeah, okay. So it was powerful. Good contextualizing the freedoms of the Constitution, all these other kinds of things. Okay. All right, all right, all right, all right. Okay. All right. So when they say, see, now, weren't they just telling us just the other day ago that America wasn't founded on the Bible or anything? Okay, okay. I mean, that's all. That's the only thing I've been. That's the only thing I've been hunting right now, to be honest. Oh, I think this is it. It says Thanksgiving became a. Oh, okay. So let me hold on. Uh, New York established in okay a synagogue, a congregation, namely hold on. A Thanksgiving, a story of Thanksgiving among Jews settled in the first half of 20th century involved a close cooperation between long established Reformed congregation. It says characterized relationship between Ashkenazim and Sephardic in Seattle. Elsewhere, United States, Thanksgiving became a holiday where Jews of all kinds could come together to rejoice in their in their life as a citizen of the United States. Um, oh, hold on, American, but specifically, I don't like how this is written. It's kind of like trying to be like very provocative. So I'm kind of just reading over it. Um, mm, that's not the one. How church first used Thanksgiving as a. I don't care how he used it, but I was looking for more of his speech. uh, all this for one word. Should I let it go, you all? Can I let it go? I know he said covenant because that's the word he used, right? It's just annoying because other times it would just pop up. Any other day it would be like, here you go. but nonetheless, I mean, because he says I'm making an agreement. Is this that he says that it says George Washington says, okay, maybe I should write it in a phrase. Says speaks to both church for Thanksgiving service. So at least I mean, did you know that? Did you know it comes? You know, it's this is where actually Thanksgiving comes from. Which is I think is you know, I think that's a it's a holy day. I mean, that's holy. I would say. George Washington used the first thing, blah, 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 did believe in God, letters of the congregation. We already read that one. Letters in Newport. Yeah, I think they're giving me a break. I think they probably want me to check my email. I'm not. I'm not checking my email. I'm actually giving like some great readings today already. Okay, he visited the residence. He visited. He came through. Okay, but did you? Are you gonna say what I need you to say though? Are you gonna say what I need you to say? Come on. Yeah, they just don't say. I mean, I know they're paraphrasing, but they don't say it like he says it. And plus, you know, they make me itch because I know they're trying to be provocative. They're not being like pure George Washington. They're not being pure with it. I mean, I know what he did. I know what he was into, but I need this part is good. I like the part that he talks about. Promise, angels, admitted, paradise. Da, 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 da. No, that's definitely not what I'm looking for. Um, I do see y'all, by the way. I'm just, my eyes are fixed on this. Um, I ain't gonna never be able to sleep well for a long time, but knowing that I did not locate that little phrase, they must have run off with it. Washington. Was it a? I don't know if. Okay, maybe it was a speech. Speech. His speech. Do I gotta put? That's the letter. Letters. Congregation. You know, congregation. Thanksgiving. Mm, we already read that. Therefore, recommend, confer upon us. We already got that. The ruler, known to be the best. Okay, we read that. Uh, okay, in his proclamation, he declared necessity such a day sprung from the Almighty's care of Americas prior to the revolution. Okay, assistance to them achieving independence and help in establishing the constitutional government. Okay, that his proclamation October 3rd, 1789, designated Thursday, November 26th, as a national day of Thanksgiving. Okay, but I like the I like the way he's when he uses. Uh, it's not sure where was he speaking to. Might as well say Rhode Island because I think that's where it's so annoying. So, anyways, it's pretty clear that it is, in fact, I would say a covenant. And I would say, yeah, it is something regarding, like, yeah, the Bible or God did, or the Bible, particularly the Abrahamic God, did have something to do with the founding of America. There's just no way around that. You, you can't take that out. You can't remove that. Well, because we have removed it, I'm finding all this out like right now. Reading it to you all looking for one word. Congregation, resident community. Hope you all are having a great morning though, by the way, wherever you are in the world. Good citizens. The language, sovereign, congregation. Yep. Yeah, I hope you all are having a great day. And gosh, like whatever is happening for you all, I hope you all are doing well. And I hope you all are blessed. I may all of your wishes come to pass. Oh, there's a young lady, one of my clients. She called me yesterday, and she has a big future ahead of her in singing. And it took us a while to find a perfect, I guess, vocal teacher, instructor. And she finally found him, and she says, she feel like all her wishes are coming true. It was out of the whole conversation, like that's what stuck with me. I was like, wow, you feel like all your wishes are coming true. That was so beautiful. It's like that was message was meant just for me. So I'm very happy with that message. I'm very so pleased with that she would say that she would call in and spend time with me and let me know that things are going well with her. And um, she has a bright future ahead of her in what she's going to be doing, which involves traveling. But she needed traditional, like the guide said that she needed a like special kind of vocal teacher, like um, someone who is traditional. She needed more like a traditional classical teachings of voice. Yeah, she needed the classic. I believe maybe it's the Newport. Hey, maybe, yeah, I think it is. Congregation, creed, toleration, inherited natural rights. Under the fig tree? No, we read that. We read that one. Religious minorities were granted full partner. Okay, I think this is closer. Congregation, a milestone in human rights. For the first time, members of religious minorities were granted full partnership in the nation they inhabited as a matter of policy, as stated by the nation's leader. Okay, uh, full citizenship. Okay, so wrote that Washington's letter meant that Jews would be full citizens for the first time, not merely in American history, but since the end of their own policy in the ancient world 2,000 years. Okay, Washington's provide blah, 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 colonial constitution promises the freedoms of the okay. Nope, that word wasn't used. But anyway, that is the covenant. They gave me the description, but I want to hear his speech. Any other dad fine. Okay, so in his speech, that was a covenant that when they come here, they would have full citizenship, that they'd be protected, they'd be free from persecution, free from bigotry, having no like and no. They said they will not welcome it. It will have no place here for it. So yeah, and the reason why that is so integral, why is that so important? Why does that mean anything? Well, besides having lost track of my thoughts many articles ago, in universe of butthead sometimes. Welcome, it's a pleasure working with you today. I'm Psychic Donald. A pleasure answering all of your questions. I hope you are fine. I hope you have an amazing day and you're in good spirits. So, how may we start? I love, of course, generally, I can go into the reading, but if you have something in mind, we can focus there. We can start there if you like. Okay. I love that. You just one word, and I totally get it. Let's look. So, would you mind if I read your highest vibrations first? Because that felt too good. So I think some good things are moving your way in this energetic impression. So what I could tell you is this. I do see stability already. I see signs. Um, they said that you've been very patient, like what you intend to do in terms of money, right? Patience. I'm seeing the scales, partnership. So it's like you're creating a balance. I also see investment and I see like a motivator, somebody who's going to motivate you, becoming motivated. Meaning, I think you're going to cross reference or have dialogue, sharing dialogue with ideas that's going to bring about the money. That's what I'm able to detect. And I see options for you. Like they're showing me options in the workspace, particularly the office. Okay, and your life purpose. This is your purpose. Well, okay, so when you say money, the area in which we're going to acquire the money, this is where your gifting is. This is your life purpose, you would say. So this is why you might find that you're more active in this space than you've ever been, is because it's unlocking for you. By the way, I'm getting a lot of self-made energy. So you might be going into something that you're creating yourself, that you're inviting for yourself to develop, is what I'm seeing. But you've always needed your ability to have your own voice, right? Oh, twice over about promoting this, promoting your voice, promoting your ideas is what I see. Okay, I want to go back to the part where it says you're self-activated. A lot of times we might think that maybe it's you launching something that is yourself, or approaching something that is something like where it's individual, but yet working with partners and etc. It may come through that form, but I do see something independent in this journey, something that you want to develop through your sharing of your thoughts or your voice, which is now, by the way, now you actually will feel like you're in the conversation. That's what I can see. Nice. That's what you have to look towards. I want to say that this could be happening for you very quickly. Now, I also I'm sensing 3 days around you over the course of 3 days. Like, when am I going to hear something? I'm seeing 3 days. But nonetheless, I also believe that this reading right here is referencing what's happening for you, um, throughout October. But I'm sensing like especially over the span of 3 days. Meaning, you might hear something, might mean in communication with the other persons involved, you're actually being informed of like what is possible, the doors that are opening for you, for yourself, is what I see. Helper, like somebody who's saying, well, I want in on this, or I want to assist any way that I can help. I'm like the right path is being developed here. So they're just saying that those who want to maybe come along or along for the journey, they're the right people to have aligned with you as well. I want to say that. So that's at your highest, but we should look at, so what exactly will you be gaining? We can look at that as well, still in the area of this question. This question, a very good question, states that you will bring about concluded. There's something which you have concluded, or something maybe you're closing down or shutting down or dissolving. I see a dissolving of something, but something that is a structure or organization of sorts. I do see that in order to go forward. But then there's investment elements, and it mentions a risk a few times. Something risk. I think it means taking a chance. Like they say, I'm going to take a stepping out. I think that this will work this time. I just need, maybe assist. Yep, they said there's the helper twice over. They said you're not doing this by yourself. It's like universe is sending you a person to help along with this, who's very like adamant that I've got to be a part of this. You got to let me in. Like, and also always around wanted to share conversation with you about these upcoming features of your money making direction, is what I see. Earliest time that you would say, well, can you very quickly give me some times and maybe when this will manifest, particularly to your question about money? Let's take a look. I needed to say that earlier. Time wise, we're looking at, so I know that 3 days is significance to the question, but time wise, I would say 4, okay. Money, the planet of wealth, nice. Home, number 4, 4 weeks out. 4 weeks out. And I'm also seeing something perhaps being signed. So I'm seeing a pen and a signature. Um, but it's 4 weeks out, which I believe that must be an agreement of sorts. Something is being agreed upon to ignite. They're showing me the ignition of something, the igniting of this decision, and it's you more or less the agreement that this is what we're going to do. But it's in the realm of concern with money. By the way, lots of times it talks about you doing a lot of things remotely or from home or something like that. So, which I think that goes on with the individual side of things. So you might find yourself maybe doing research or studying or something to that effects, outside of office, if there is one. Know that that is the right path. That's the only reason why I bring to that, is that it's just like it's your correct path to take. I just wanted to share with you in that space. So we have here, oh, they said your path numbers are 4. Oh, yes. They said that high work and lots of it. You're going to be quite busy. Then you turn up again and say that in the realm of intellect, of course, longevity, there's long term, and quite active in these new beginnings. Depends on what exactly you want with your partnerships. But I also believe you're going to meet people who you will deem, I guess, close allies in the realm of your career, or while you're receiving or participating in creating money. I see you're going to make, relationships that actually who you will align with, and they actually may become quite personal or dear to you in some way. In other words, you might feel like they're part of some inner circle. That becomes. I see there's a value there. I just wanted to pass that along as well. Do you have a special, interest or question? I know I'm giving you a lot, but I'm trying to, give you something of value. But I think that, here the aim that the guides most importantly want you to know is that you will have success, particularly in this area of finances. You will have it. It's just that things are becoming much more clearer to you, and exactly how will it happen and when. Like how and when will it happen? I've been waiting all this time. That's that I can see it. Um, Now, uh, I want to say this. I know you have questions, but I get the sense that over like the 4 weeks that they were talking about, I think that. Right. There's 3 days. Right. For 3 days is manifestation, where you hear about receiving, when, like, how it's going to happen, right? And then, into the 4 week, that is when everything is coming together. Like, what should you be doing over the next month? Over the next month, I would say, like, leading into the November, this is you getting ready to do something major, do something huge. That's what that represents. So I just wanted to pass that along to you and just let you know that you're going in the right direction. Yeah. Um, but I wanted to most importantly let you know that this is meant to be done in this time frame. It's not meant to be done 2 weeks up, 3 weeks. It's meant to be done in this time, in this time frame, in 2024. So you wouldn't want to. Right. Well, let's go with what the guides say. I don't want to speak in your language space because you're adding too many variables. So I want to only speak to what the guides are saying. So the guides say this: in 2024, right? This is this year. You're going to be launching something very independent that's going to bring you up into abundance. Now, what you should be focusing on for now, now that we're in October 2024, for the next 3 days, this is, as I stated in detail, this is someone who you're going to have conversation with, who's going to bring about the purpose and the how to, and speaking on the procedure to go forward to creating money together. In other words, they mentioned twice over. This is why they mentioned, I have to bring in the word helper. They mentioned it twice in two different styles of reads, that a person is going to come along to be of help. So that's what's happening over the next 3 days, and that's it. So leave it there, 3 days. But furthermore, this is interesting. So where the reason why you're hearing 4, because that means 4 weeks, not days, but 4 weeks. This is you establishing your independence, more your individuality to connect, and that's what's also what I'm seeing, where you have signed and there's signatures and there are maybe agreements and contracts involved, which means that you're now going forward to producing, wealth for yourself. So that's what I'm saying. That is the accurate description of what the guides are coming through today. But I want to let you know, most importantly, above all else, as I stated, this is the right path for you. And know that those who want to be a part are meant to be a part. Let them be a part. Let them assist you. Let them, as the readings say, let them help you. You shouldn't be trying to do it by yourself. And this is your life purpose, furthermore. It's not, yeah, it's your gift, you have your skills, but this is your life purpose. That's why you're going to be so passionate, and you should be passionate about it. Be passionate, but know that it's your life purpose, and know that if it's your life purpose, this is what you're meant to be doing, then yeah, it's going to work out for you. And it's not going to take forever for it to manifest. It's not going to take 2025 for it to manifest. It just isn't. It's going to take about a month, a little over a month to fully come into fruition, but it will come into fruition before the year is out, 2024. That's what you want to focus on. Yes. Yes. I like that agreement. You've got this, man. You've got this. Don't worry. Things are going to become quite clear, more clear than ever you've ever known. You're not going to want to go back. You're not going to want to go back from this because you're going to be so far into what you're doing and focused on creating the money that you want. You're going to be in a very good space. You're going to be in a good space and supported. This time you're supported, like somebody who's not trying to talk you out of it, get you mixed up in all the wrong business opportunities, or messing up the whole project, something like that. No, 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 not this time. This is going to be good. It's going to be perfect. This is what you should focus on. Hmm. You've got it. I'm excited for you. I am. I'm rooting for you, man. I am. Well, I never say that. I never answer that. I know people speculate, but I always say I'm international. Anyway, the policy won't allow me to anyway, so I just avoid that conversation altogether. I got to read for you and other people. I want to keep doing it. So if I want to, I better pay attention to rules. But wherever you are, know that we're sending you, that, anywhere where you are, it doesn't matter. We're sending you energy and blessing. You have all the psychic and spiritual support ever, and the best. We're the best of the best. And you know what else? We hear from you all the time. You always come back, call back. And you're calling back for a reason. Because, look, there's more things you need to know. So anytime you need to reach out, we're always here. We are always here. I'm here every day, generally. Okay. Yeah, well, I never keep anyone longer than what they need to because the minutes cross over. If you have a dream or something need interpreting, yeah, reach out to me again. My pin is 4074. I'm Psychic Donald. It's a pleasure answering all of your questions today. Have a lovely day. You're awesome. Back at you. Oh, the men reading for men, I'm telling you, there's something else. Uh, yeah. You got to read for the man. Oh boy. Okay, so yeah, what was I? Oh, I was looking at. So what did I bring up that for? What made me bring up George Washington to say? Oh, Kamala Harris. Okay, Kamala is okay. She's like a Baptist, and her husband Doug is Jewish, and so yeah. So it doesn't look like, what I'm saying is that their union in the presidency does not look like Americans' history. So that's what I'm saying. It doesn't look like it. So I think that's fascinating. Yeah, I mean, yes, Jewish people. here the founding and the founding of the Constitution literally and reason they're implemented into the Constitution literally first and all that. And as Abrahamic God come to find out what we've learned, let George Washington tell his own story from here on out. Let him reign. But that's why. Oh, that's I was saying that. That's why America has such a strong pull because of the covenant established between, which he used the word covenant, between George Washington and Jewish community, Rhode Island, where they still New York. They taken. He says, like, and take care of the legacy, and they have. I know he's proud, and they have. They still there, thriving, and that's why like America must from the heart of George Washington. They say that all the presidents are related to a king, a king from Europe in old ancient times. So like from their blood, they have a covenant, like a like a covenant with Israel, America does, and that's why they have to be 100 unyielding, unwavering support because of that covenant that still stands. That was my point. That's what, okay. Finally, we made it back around. But in so many words, I just like when he uses the word because like how they speak. Regardless, yeah, how they think, but the way they speak, I wanted to read it like he would say it, but I didn't locate it. So I'm probably hunting for it. Yeah. So anyway, you all got an opportunity to get a glimpse of how I read. Yeah. So that's how I read. Like I answer the phone, and I'm always excited to like to read for people. Always want to read for people, and I like to show people like how I answer the phone and like how the reading goes, and like people have asked questions. So do you ever like ask questions in your readings, or like how do you do it? Like are you like looking at how people like this person is on the phone, this person was asking where I was. So clearly I don't know the person, obviously. And I don't know where the person actually is. I mean, accent don't mean a thing. And I didn't ask questions. I think I tried to ask if they had a question, but I was like, look, you can, in other words, you can come on in to read, but my reading is what it is. Like, look, I read what they say, I give it to you, not the other way around. So that's how I read. How does it work? It's not by energy. I don't do that. I know people they want mainstream companies when you say, do you connect well? Do you connect? Is a connection with the internet? No, I connect by sound, by the voice at sound. I connect that way. I don't even connect by name and birthday. So no, I connect by the sound of your voice. So I just hear the person, and then I'm like, "Hi, how you doing?" They go, "Yeah, I'm doing fine." Ah, then I start getting impressions, and I'm like, ah. And then I start reading. That's it. That's why. That's why. Okay, the only reason why I had the heart to say we're the best of the best, because literally there are five famous psychics, five famous psychics, and each psychic represents one star, 5-star psychic. And basically, people, when they can't get to this with these, there's a group right here that are like hand selected group, like small group of us. And so they get through to us, which I have regulars, by the way. But they all each of them align with one of their favorites, two or more, but at least one of their favorites. That's my connection. That's my association. And that's why I had the ability to say, we're the best of the best. We're here for you. We work. That's why I can say it. You know what I mean? I didn't fabricate that. That came from a genuine place. It is the best of the best. They're the famous psychics of our day, wherever they are in the world. And if I told you their name, you would go hunt, you go look for them, and you would find them because I have. I have. I'm like, oh, they are like Teresa Caputo famous, you know? They're famous, like books, TV, stage. Yeah, they do all of it. They come and tell you what's what. Okay, you get it. That's what I mean. Well, I'm like working with their customers or their clients as, my clients. So that's what I do for a living. As I said, every day, almost, except for like 3 days. I like to take the sixth, seventh, and eighth off. Yeah, to do whatever I want to do. Um, oh yeah, and of course I'm building my channel. I'm working on building my channel. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Membership. Yes, mediumship. I love mediums. Mediumship. Yeah. I'm actually I am a medium. I'm a lot of different things. Um, I if I don't hear a spirit, if a spirit's like, I don't want to talk, I don't force it. Like I'm like, oh look, I'm not getting anything. Kind of like if I like usually when I'm reading a person and like there's nothing there, it's just nothing there. But and I don't fabricate. I'm like, look, I'm not sure like what you want to know because whenever I read for you, there's just honestly, there's like nothing coming up here. And then sometimes I have to be honest. Sometimes people, I'll have to like kind of like press them to say like it's because you need to focus on something. You're not focused on anything. And then they're like, tell me anything. Just tell me something. Just tell me something. I'm like, that's the energy I'm reading. I'm reading you that you're not thinking about anything. Like just say one word. I think, come on, one, two, three. And they'll say food or money or building. Then I'll read around that. So, like, I truly believe that, like, look, yeah, because I am a bit of a mind on the mind reader side. That's why I don't have. That's one of my big secret powers. I'm a bit of a mind reader, so I don't have to ask you questions, or I don't have to ask you to ask a question. I just read what's there. But there is a bit of a catch. If a person is like just like aimless, I'll read. I feel like I'm not knowing where I want to go right now. I'll just say it right out. So that's the thing. Like, look, so I don't have to speak that way to you. Let's focus on something because it's got to be something. Everyone wants something. Yeah. So everybody wants something. Yeah. I try to be so delicate because I know whenever if my mind gets my mind gets spinning and yeah, it's sometimes like if things fly out and I could say, oh, I could have been more delicate with that. So yeah, I try to I like catch myself before I catch myself before I catch myself. Before I let those predictions fly. I love the vibration of the voice. Yeah, they say sound and light, but over light, there's sound. Sound is doing something extra peculiar. That sound is not. That light is not. Sound is doing, and sound represents vibrations, and those vibrations, even like in terms of tones that go endless as you go up and up and up. They say that these tones that are invisible frequencies but are very real is actually how sound is produced. Very, very mystical the way that, even though it's scientific, the way they explain it and these vibrations. Mm-hmm. I was listening to a one of those like college level uh, musicians describe it. Like they're like classical. They study all the science of music theory, and yeah, they talked a little bit about. It's like, ooh, that's interesting. That's something more what I like to know about frequencies and sound. Ah, yeah, absolutely. Hmm. Yeah. Oh boy. There's so much going on these days around the world. So, some of my clients are like, I can't believe this is happening. Like, I've got a client in a legal situation. And I said what the spirit said. I'm not saying I said boastfully, but spirit said, and I passed it along. Said that because they're in the midst of doing something big, so they're cutting ties with the situation, the company, and of course it became legal. But they basically, over a month's time, they had to, well, they are connected with a group of people. They said, "Oh, these people don't even talk to me anymore." They're like, they'll forget it. I say, they'll be back. They're back, and so it's like, what else? Because like, what else you see? And I said, you're gonna have time to go and literally travel from one country to another country, have meetings, get it all set up. Everybody to fall to become a family. And he says, by the way, yeah, that's exactly what they say. So I'm part of the family now. And the one main one that they said, oh, this one main person who's the top said, no, 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 no. I said, no, they're gonna win them, win them, win them, win them over. Won them over. Now they're all in the room. And even the ones that said, "Look, I don't want to," the friend like, "I don't want to be part of my friend. My friend doesn't even talk to me anymore. Doesn't say don't want nothing to do with this. Don't want to go further with it. Doesn't want to pursue it." Can all come, all of them come back, all in the same room in another country, having a meeting, and like, let's go for it. We're family now. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And what I couldn't really say at the time I was reading when this person was wrapped up in this company that they're cutting ties with was they don't want to work with you because they don't want to work with them. They want to work with you. You're the one found them. You're the one doing all the amazing work. You're the one with all the ideas and the brains. I'm like, but I couldn't get them to see it because they were like, they have all the money. This person has money, money, bucos of money. I'm like, this person's also rich, but this one is, if this person is rich, and the way that, they speak private plane, I have to also help them get their private plane back. Then this person, wow. This person is a person that like, they're written about, if they're written anything about them in the papers, everybody knows. Ooh, they stop and look. So okay, so this person couldn't see that they're going to be where this person used to be in their lives. Now they're making decisions. They're calling shots. They're the big person on campus. They couldn't believe it. I said, world stage, world stage. Can't say more than that. It involved presidents. I said, new group of people, new group of people. They didn't know, like, because these are friends. These are like brotherly, like friend. Like we good. We work together. It's like where you're going. They had to drop a friend or like, is my friend like from my friend gonna be okay to my friend tried to my friend is ugh my friend is never gonna get it together, like all these realizations because like as we kept going layer by layer, layer by layer, now we're at the point where it's disconnected from everything. This company has tried to go come against my clients friends. In fact, a few of them, my client is very conscionable, right? He's great conscience and ethics, and it's like you're doing my friend wrong. Like they're trying to keep my friends money to get them to get information on my friend, and then my other friend, his other friend can't talk to. He said like they had to like distance themselves to not get the other friend who still is there, you know, involved. So where they started hammering on them because of the interaction between my client and them. Is But my client, I said, my client is doing excellent because like it contacted me today and said, it, like it's too peaceful. My client's an Aries, what I'm talking referring to. It's too peaceful. I guess like it's too peaceful, like peace of mind, like what's up? Aries are like, come on, bring it on. I'm like, I'd explained to him, I was like, you're an Aries, and Aries people tend to overwhelm others around them, and always in the sense of conflict. I'm like, look, they just don't got it. They don't have the fight, my friend. I had to break it down to, I like, this is why, like, bring it on, bring it on. So, yeah. So, and I already formed him. I was like, look, and I told him like this. That's not like I just told him this. I told him that some weeks ago. I said, you're not going to hear any more from them uh, until like November because they don't have anything to say. Because my client has now they had the hammer, or they thought they had the hammer. My client has the hammer. Okay, they were the one coming with the forcefulness. My client now has the upper hand. Hmm. Yeah, and my client's friend is thinking about doing the same thing. Like, if I'll take you all to court and make this public if you don't pay me what you owe me. My client is like pumped. Is like, do it, yeah, do it, because that's wrong. It's like speaking against injustices. Yeah, my client has ethics. Oh, and this one I will say. Okay, I have a lady client. I'm not gonna say her name though. I have a lady client, and she's Dutch. She's Dutch, but she has high ethic. Even when no one sees her ethics, I said, she's no. I said, you're noble, but if she's the type of personality, if your ethics are off, even if you're in a closed room, even she and I were talking in this closed room and no one could hear, right? And I was trying to be unethical and say, yeah, I could do this and do this. Well, you're supposed to do this, and like she follows her ethics for her career seriously, like dot to dot to dot to dot to dot to dot. She's like fed up. She's like fed up. It's like, I can't work like this. I don't want to work like this. This is wrong. Ethics violations, and oh yeah. So I'm like over amazed by her. Now, besides all that, yes, her. But besides that, being that she's a corporate, like she was in corporate space, she's a lawyer, right? Of policies, um, and data and all that. She takes it very seriously. She has launched her own oils and perfumes business products that has been recognized by Tank Shark Celebrity, um, where they offer like you show that you give them a pitch, and if they like your pitch, they offer you mentorship and partnership. She's been offered both. The fashion industry, a model who is way up there, right? She's like like a fashion now guru, model, etc. Uh, likes her scent. Like she went to a festival this October, and I did tell her, I said, you go to your festival, you're going to accumulate people uh, who want to work with your product. She did, met three. She was like, I don't know if I should go. She questioned where she should go like a few different times. She even questioned that she wasn't creative, like in a creative mindset enough to start this journey, or that she would be good at it. Oh well, she deems herself. I'm a woman of a certain age, and I can't, because I was saying you're gonna represent beauty. You're gonna represent the fineness, the refinement of being a woman, the essence of a woman, and you're gonna create things for men too. Oh well, then celebrities are attracted. People from the modeling industry are attracted. And when she goes to these places to talk, and people calling her, oh, tell us about your product. everybody like flocks, like starts drawing to her. And I said, "You're gonna tell stories." "Oh, I'm not a storyteller. Talking in front of other people. I gotta get used to it." And do the history on what? The history was like, so worked on like, okay, you're gonna give history of your oils and tell the story, the myth, and how you came up with like how does it apply today, and uh, a botanist, because I said, well, I don't know if I can do it. I don't know if I'm that. I said, you are, before she even admitted she's a chemist, I said, you are a chemist. You're gonna be able to do this. Because you're gonna know what's in these oils. You're gonna do it correctly, and you're gonna be able to do it safely. And she did. She also sent out for them to 5 cents to get. I'm sorry, 4 cents to get approved. Guess how many she got back? 3 out of 4 approved. 3 out of 4. She has to do this one a little differently. This one, so like a little bit too high potency for for the percentage allowed in the rules. But she got 3 on her first try out of 4, and she was telling me, "I don't know if I should. I don't know if I can. I don't. I mean, oh my gosh! Thank goodness I'm an optimist." Thank good I'm thinking I'm an optimist rather than or like I'm not the psychic that's gonna go along with you. Like you're saying I can't do it, or I can't tell that I can't. I'm like I'm believing on my guides. I better listen to my guides before I listen to what you think you can't do. The guide said you can. If a guide says you can, I'm gonna be like I'm not. I don't want to be the psychic who says you can do it when the psychic tells me you shouldn't do it or you can't do it. So I would say, no, I don't see it. I just don't see it. Maybe another psychic will see it. Maybe you think about it. Maybe you'll see why. Maybe we can figure out why I can't see it today. Maybe it will change. But for now, I'm just really not getting any connection with this one. So for me, it's a no. But when it's a yes, oh yeah, you can't change my mind, especially when I know. So now she a distributor. So she is attached to align herself to world distributors. Like these are people who are established. Are like, let work with your product. This is a nice product. Um, yeah. She's taking a website course. I gotta, how to build her own website. Kind of knew she needed that because it's like if she could do it all by herself, she would because there's no one who does it better than she. She's a perfectionist. I had her, but this past photographer, because she had a photographer to work with her photos. I gave her assignment because I saw that he could do the work. It's just that she needed to be present and show him exactly what she needed, and he learned a new skill in the process. So it's not about me like all my clients tear down people who are standing in their way. No, I try to also I help and bless people aligned with them. Yeah, so in this case, like the photographer learns this that, oh wow, I can do this work. I can do this kind of. He's like, I don't know what you want me to do. Like he was like, well, you want me to just like lay it flat and just took a photo. But it's like no, she wanted like set it up, light hitting it, glancing scenery. And now he learned a new skill, right? Now he put that on his resume. Like, yeah, I know how to, you need about products, photos of taken. I can do that for you. She says she is loving the outcome of the photos. So I'm trying to get her to think in a way of being always prepared to talk. And like she said, yeah, yeah, I know. So she can put in the back of her vehicle where she has like the flyers, the postcards and things like that. That has like maybe like the image of the list of the product, the website, and all that information wise about the products, but about her, but also in the other like photos of the product. Mm, yeah, yeah, beautiful. Like her is uh she already has one website in development, but she needs one from scratch, so she's gonna have two. And we were last time we were talking about like um, the marketing part, and I was like, you're just fine. You show up in person, we know that for a fact. I think that she's contemplating where the overthinking part comes in, like preparing on the website. I know to have like a video playing. Also, that allows for streaming to take place where yeah, she wants to do like in person, like a Tupperware party, like parties which have gift bags and bring to like a group of people who are there, and she's engaging them, and we already talked about how like what will go in there and all that, right? And yeah, I'm just enthralled by it. I'm just telling a whole reading. I'm just so captivated right now. But yeah, all these things, are like come to pass, and we're getting it done. And she's like, well, I'm not gonna get it done in time. And we're getting this done as predicted to bring in 2025. They said we're gonna launch in 2024, and we're on our way to doing exactly that. So yeah, that's the level of quality of readings that I love to do. I love reading for people, all walks of life. Whether if it's a person who, I've worked with people who like obviously through like the housing crisis 2008 and so forth on, people where literally the sheriff was like bound would chaining up their doors, and like they're sitting in their vehicle, like I read for people like lying down on a, I guess on a bed in a shelter, like what's next for me and my children, or my family. I've read for people who just like they just want to change the scenery, so just people contact me from all reasons, and I read for a woman, and she was doing a lot of work, right? She is an older woman, and she was doing a lot of work, and they were like the manager was just working her like she was like a full on forklift. She's not a forklift, but she doesn't want to say that she's one of those older people who are like, don't tell me I can't do it. I can do it. It's not that I can't do it. It's like, yes, you can do it without taking away from the fact that you can do it. This is not right. And young people are telling you that this is not right. Young people would not do this. They're not doing this on their own. They're not doing this. And when they're not doing this at two at a time. When they do it, they're doing it two at a time. She's expected to do it by herself. Like the lifting, the bending, and the quantity. She says if they weren't expecting the quantity, I could do it, but they're like making it nearly impossible. And I knew what that was. That's some dude, manager, you know, you know, putting that level of pressure on her for kicks and giggles. I know that's what that. I know that. I knew what it's about. I didn't say that out loud, but I said, what's going to happen, right? It's like we're going to move over to a new place. Moved over to the new place, and they said, she says, too many hours, but the money's right. And but she had been working to align with this other company, and so yeah, they got that other company's got a lot going on. So yeah, that's a whole nother can of worms. So she finally got invited to that company. It was like, where do you want to go now? So she's more amazed. Like she's like, how is your readings coming up like this? Like to the T. For example, um, I said in the reading, I said, I see you should be a team lead. She said, I was a team lead 5 years ago, right? Then she said, yeah, like she finds herself critiquing the people, like the managers or people she's working under because she was a team lead. And I said, you should apply. I think you're going to become a team lead, or at least the offer will reach you. Well, I haven't put together my resume. I said, okay, put together the resume and everything that you've learned, including what you've learned, even what you're doing right now, add that to your resume and add to your experience on your resume. She doesn't do it, right? And only how I found out that she didn't, that she hadn't done it yet. Because I had many conversations about this as well. I said, I still keep seeing you do a team lead. Are you going to do your resume? Yeah, I'm putting it together. I thought about it. So she meets a friend of 5 years ago who says, hey, weren't you a team lead? I'm a team lead today. Send in your resume. Like things like that. A friend out of the blue meets a friend who, hey, weren't you a team lead? Yeah. Well, I'm a team lead today. Here, we're looking for another team lead. Send in your resume. Things like that. hmm So that yeah, that's how I read. I read my readings work like that. I love time frames. I love in-depth readings. hmm And when people are just like heavily empathic, those are if you say, well, what are your hardest or most difficult readings that are you consider challenge? Empathic readings. It's not that I'm not empathic. It's just that empathic people, you have to I have to connect with them differently, and well, still through sound of voice, but it's like I go on a journey in a space that I cannot relate to, and but doesn't mean that the information is not brought through compassion. So I work out of compassion, then I would say empathy. In fact, it's not for me. The experience is not about empathy. It's about which I associate to. I use empathy as the way the psychologies use it, as in integrity. But that means that it's subject. It depends on where you're from, what country you're from, because the empathy in that place may be you know for certain groups not to talk to other groups, but we know that empathy and compassion are similar, but they are not the same. They're not they're not equal. Compassion is greater. Compassion is I empathy, yes, the part of understanding, but also actually helping that person, talking with that person. That's compassion. That's not necessarily ethics. Because ethics would describe, like the rules might be culturally, you can't talk to this caste versus this caste, and either of these castes cannot intermingle. You just doesn't happen. That to follow those rules. That is being ethical. That is actually, the integrity of that system of practice. It's not compassion. It's not compassionate. It's not compassion. So, yeah. So compassion is a whole nother type of understanding because yeah, um, compassion is is the ability to perform an action of kindness, and that's how I'm able to read empathic people, because just because a person is empathic or is empathic reading doesn't necessarily mean that what is coming across or what's coming through is going to be what that person is wanting to be stirred up. Like, what if it doesn't stir the information or the facts or the truth of the story from the guides doesn't stir the person who's feeling? What if it doesn't stir them? Maybe it's not meant to stir them. What if it's meant to counter what the person is empathic to or sympathizing with or who they're sympathizing with? As a psychic, I have to think about all of this. And I've had to think about it like, how do you address a subject like that and not be confrontational with it, or to be descending with it, condescending with it? So I had to think about it. I was like, I had to ponder that. But anyway, so I discovered my way of doing it, and it's um, like journeying with them. Like, okay, let's go sit at this table together. Then it's like bedside mannerism. You got bedside mannerism, um, and I do have to not connect empathically in order to be truthful, so that I'm not being empathic and saying, "Oh yeah, I agree with that." Yeah, and then saying, yeah, that person gets what they deserve. Yeah, so to make it where, to keep it where it's detailed and where it's realistic, I have to have a disconnect from the empathic part, but having compassion, having that person, let them know that I'm right here with them. And anytime, any questions that they have, I can answer their questions. I'm willing to answer their questions. And then expressing or explaining, with detail and with patience. This is what the guys are asking, or this is what the guys are requesting. If you can pull this off, if you can channel this or focus on this, then this is the benefit. To your benefit, this is what you will get. I also stopped using the words bad, good, or evil, good, or whatever you. I use the word uh, whether bad or good, beneficial. Bad is and good is subjective. But like I might say a person is getting away from another person who's bad for them. I could say that's a good thing. They could say that's a bad thing. So I use the word, I exchange it with benefit. Bad or good, how it's going to benefit you. So doesn't mean that the person only gets what they want because I don't talk about bad things or predictions that speak otherwise against a person's decision and free will. I'll say something more to the effects of. I would describe it more to the effects of like um, it is beneficial for the person to do this, or had not this taken place, this is not this is the consequence, or this is what's consequential, or what results after. So I think in those terms now. Yeah. So yeah, I don't use yeah, but that's so bad, or this person's so bad. I say, well, rather than make it about them or whatever it is, I make it about the person I'm speaking to. Like, okay, how does this information benefit you? What do you have to gain from it? And that's been going over a lot smoother than me trying to say, you can't go back to that person. That person is devastating your life, and I can't be responsible for that because that's bad karma. I can't come at people like that. It's like, what? Like, how dare you? Free will. So, yeah, so I don't say it like that anymore. I would say more with grace than just outright. Like that person, I would say, yeah, I would say, I would point out though, it's an unhealthy situation or unhealthy relationship, or it's just a bad, dynamic, with the boss. I would say it like that, but even no matter how passive or how polite, it still comes across as like, whoa, that's an attack. So that it doesn't trigger, right? If I'm delivering a contradictory information to a person, what they're ready to receive, what they're prepared to receive in their minds or in their heart. Oh, especially that one in their heart, especially when they know in here. Um, I've learned to say, how is this beneficial to you? In what capacity? In what way? And then we start to really open up and talk. That's when it comes together. That's when it more or less aligns. I did not see. I said out here, I set out to do so much today, and I should have. I should have stuck with it. Yeah, I detoured because we got on top of how Kamala and her husband, how it does not reflect American history. But, in the confusion there, like, what is this? Like, huh? But um, I also believe it's sacred. I believe it's sacred. Of course, obviously, they're a union, but I mean, uh, her journey to becoming president is sacred. It's sacred. Like a sacred path. Um, Yeah. So anyway, I have lives that I'm preparing. I am preparing lives to kind of go over that and talk about it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. Yes. Anyways. Ha. Okay. Anyways, that's beautiful, beautiful. So much. There's so many predictions here that 1203. Okay. Oh, it's 1203. My gosh. 1203 is midday my time. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I would see. My brain is like overdrive right now. Yeah. I have 2 more hours. In my brain, I'm like, is it 2 o'clock their time or my time? Yeah, nice try. Yeah, I have 2 more hours. My brain sometimes, see, I have to watch. I have a side that has emerged again, and it does this, and it's like it's so a part of me will say we don't have to eat pizza. Then the part of me that then my partner I have part of me that will manipulate to have a pizza brought in, something like that, or or well, we don't have to like go to work today because I'm like, wait a minute. And then I would write it off. It was just my personal feeling, but then it starts to have a conversation with me. I'm like, oh boy, I'm connecting with a spirit here. A spirit trying to convince me. You're trying to convince me not to do something that I love to do, or like anytime to it always starts out with something like we should. Oh, it's time to log out. Yeah, it's like 2 o'clock their time, right? I'm like, what? No, that doesn't even make sense. We're 6 hours difference. I get got caught, like clerical era. Like, oh boy, yeah, I got a spirit is like. But I had a conversation with that spirit. The spirit comes when it's like a rebellious spirit. It's like a rebellious spirit that aligns with me. Like you ever, like psychic. Do spirits, just like spirits ever attach to you? Yes, a rebellious spirit. I do have a rebellious spirit. It always tries to get me to rebel against the right action. Yeah, and it's around me today. Yeah, it's around, and I hadn't seen it in a while, but yeah, somehow something triggered me to reconnect with it. Um, Very much masculine, so I should say he. It feels like a he, like a male spirit, by the way. Hmm. And what I do is I try to like teach it. I rescued a demon. I have an inner demon that who I saw. I had an inner demon I walked up to, and I was in a realm. I knew I was doing all that, and I said, well, the other two people told me what they were. They were like, they like we could do anything we want to do. We're like, oh, we're more than guides. We amplify we things like that. It was just like you see that, and they were like showing me. But then I saw this other one like lying down, and it was of course a woman, appeared to be like a young woman. I approached her. She's wearing all dark, and I said, "Well, what?" I said, "Well, then, what do you do? What are you?" And everybody at the same time, she says, "I'm a demon." Like demon. And then I was like, oh, okay. So what do you do of? And she began to cry profusely, which is like streaming down, and like I want to be like can demons be forgiven? I want to be forgiven. I want to be ascend. I want to ascend. I want to transcend this. Like I want better for me. Like I've done wrong, but and then I saw like it was like her spirit just went up and she found peace and went up, and it was like then I came to because I was waiting for it. When I'm in those spaces, I have to like kind of wait till time runs out. I'm like, yeah, I gotta walk around till I'm zapped back. So I came back and I like come to, and I'm like, wow, I just like seeing a demon like go up, go up, not down. I haven't even seen a demon go down, but I seen one go up. And I was like, so I've been thinking about this. I was like, wow, demons have like redeemable qualities. Like what? So yeah, that was a new one. That was a new one for me, and I remember that. So now I say, yeah, my inner demon was like qualified to go up, wherever up is for that being. But this one is like, hey, like I know we're supposed to like exercise, but did you see that new show? Like, yeah, like, and I like, yeah, I'm not gonna worry about that. And then like somehow or another, I'll like have the show like ready to fired up and ready to go. And then um like the phone will ring, and then it's like somebody like asking me to do readings for them. And then like I'll do readings, or I'll sign in. I'm like, well, while I'm sitting here, I might as well just like watch the show, and I don't go do the running. It's like things like that happen, like total like manipulation. So like in other words, so what I learned to do was instead of like whenever I know like okay, I'm going to my favorite latte shop. I have I love like the macchiato, like caramel macchiatos. They know me by name. I know them by name. And I walk in there and I like, you like, I like, yeah, I would like to have a caramel macchiato and a tall glass of, or like a bottled water, please. And sometimes I might order a scone. Oh, those are delicious. I love also the red velvet cake. Ooh, yummy. Red velvet cheesecake at that. Oh my gosh. And a banana. Ooh, boy, an old dirty spotted banana. Oh, my gosh, that is the best. You give me that, oh, you give me everything. You give me the world when you give me that. And it's called Bab's Coffee Shop. And when you walk in there, it's like the lighting is perfect. You got like it's huge. Like you go sit in booths. You could sit up in a high stool, kind of like elevated to yourself. I like to take my work and just go over there and just do my work. And they already know I'm a psychic and things like that. So yeah, so I feel at home. They like it's like I always ask them, may I sit? I always ask like, may I sit over here? And like and do a little bit of study. I just stay for about an hour. But I always make sure I have something. I buy something, and then caramel macchiato. Yeah, and yeah. So that's like my favorite. Yeah, is the yeah. I love those. Um, and yeah, and that spirit will try to like like talk me out of like doing something that is like if I would say, yeah, okay, today we go over there. So I would literally have to like shut everything down and be like, and that phone will ring, and I know that's my cue. Like, unplug it, shut everything down, and head on. Like, nope. I force like outside. I don't care. Like, you looked at them, stared in the mirror long enough. You give them your card. That's it. Tell them you want your caramel macchiato, and that's that's how I learned to get around it. Yeah, you just have to kind of like just like overwrite some, and it feels like, oh, and the spirit makes it sound like it's my voice, like it's my ideas, like total like gaslight, like it's totally your idea. It's like, no, that's not my voice. That's not my thoughts. It appears to be my thoughts. It's playing off like it's my thoughts, like it's triggering it for me to think in my voice, but it's not my thoughts per se. Not my inner voice, my innermost sanctum voice. Like my inner sanctum is saying, yeah, I need to do this over that. So I need to do that. But not that me not studying and writing, that's not what happened there. Because I didn't, first of all, I did not approached here with wanting to do research. And yeah, so I didn't know that I was going to go into these other topics, but I did feel the connection of the spirit um, a few times. Yeah. Uh, yeah. Absolutely. That's, well, yeah, that's how I get, how yeah, I know I've got a, a shadow. I'm gonna call it shadow because shadow is different. I would say definitely a dark entity in this realm, in the darker realm for sure. That every now and when attaches to me. But it said something to me that was head on. It was like, like it said something. It did say something real. So for this, like, look, I used to tell it, if you're gonna be here, why don't you do something helpful? I mean, like if you're an entity, and you're making it difficult not only for me but for you too, because you're part of this journey. If you block me, you're blocking yourself. Oh, like I used to be in it, but there's like it's like my spirit. I had a clown for a spirit, and at first I thought I was like, are you a guide? Or are you an angel? Like I started praying literally. I was like, no more novice angels. Like if you're an angel, you are not graduated yet. You don't have your halo. Do not come here. You are not welcome. I was like speaking like that. I was like, man, ruthless. I'm like, look, it's survival at this point because now the spirits are trying to like cause harm. It's like either I had to like draw a boundary even with angels. It's like angels or whatever they claim to be. I realized like, and it's like, wait a minute, these are false lights. So then I had time with false lights. They were not angelic. They were not the angels. They were false lights. Oh my gosh. So basically, false light is where it looked like light, but it's off. You could tell it's not right. It isn't right. And then they play off like they're angelic, but then but it's like they're not serious and stoic like angel. They're not, not poised, and they're not gifted in angelic purposes or work. And they work countering everything you got going on. They counter everything. And then when the bad thing like everything looks conveniently like stoic, like a false icon, and then you like mess up really bad, something bad happened, and then you recognize the entity, and it's like smiley faces are drawn in the clouds on the sun, and I'm like, wait, and then you start to feel this vibration of joy. You're like, wait a minute, that's nothing to be joyful over. Whoa, you're not on my side. Like, why am I attached to you? Why are you attached to me? It's like, oh yeah, oh yeah. I had to deal with that. Hmm. That warfare was my hardest warfare because I had to learn to switch off, like desensitize myself from certain areas of life, to sensitize myself to other areas of life, learning, like taking the time when to smile and when to find enjoyment and excitement versus when things are like, for example, I would always wonder, why am I so happy like when I'm like this? Then whenever I start studying, I'm not. like like did my happy person, like stay behind when I went in to start writing. Yeah, that was that angelic spirit. So I had to learn how to teach myself to find the joy in me studying, my studying, all of my psychic work and writing. Cause now I just love it, do it. I just love to do it so much. I love to study and all that. And I'm like, it brings me joy. And so then when I'm now that entity shows its true form and is unsmiling. It is not smiling. And that's okay. That's okay. That's now that is how it's supposed to be. That's how it's supposed to be. But then, so apart from that, which I have disassociated from, um, and, oh yeah, and sometimes you have to like fast and it's kind of like starve it out, so you can't give it what it wants, so you can't feed it. Even if you do feed it, by the way, it's kind of like the person you let in your life. No matter how much you give to them, no matter how generous you are, they're gonna hurt you. That's what this is. This is not the same entity. Yeah, they're two different entities. This one is manipulative. It just manipulates, but it says something to me so profound. It said, it felt like it says the reason why, well, it kind of told me why. Like, I'm here and attached to you because I feel this way. That's what it said. And then conversations came up later that morning and it basically confirmed that because I get a lot of insights by when I read for people, my channels open up and I get a chance to also see glimpses of myself. So glimpses of myself was coming out as I'm reading someone else, totally reading them 100%, and it was in alignment. I was like, oh boy, some of this message is like for me. It's like, so like this, like one of the first time that this one said something right and it landed correctly. I do believe that every entity has its place, and but I also recognize firsthand experience that some entity are dangerous, and it's probably best if you can eliminate them out of your life experience, the better. Hmm. Now that entity might work better for someone else. I don't know how that entity works, but I'm just saying, for me, it felt like, and like if you were to have an angel and who is celebrating at your expense, it sounds like not right. But then you find out, wait a minute, it's not even an angel. It's just whatever it is, it's portraying itself as one. I wouldn't even call it a demon. I wouldn't, it's not anything. It's just an entity of sorts. But it has the ability to sort of, it has like a light to it, like an off light. It reminded me of kind of like this color here. It's kind of like this color. And but not like white and shiny and brilliant and vibrant, nothing like that. Not like a star. No, it was just like you could clearly see features, but it's just like a light bulb kind of like color, but like an off light color, and it looked generic. Yeah, it looks very like like remember those like when you were very young, you had like those stickers. It was plastic, and it would, wherever you would place them, they would just stick to the surface of the book. But you could take them and kind of place them anywhere you wanted to kind of like fabricate a story. Um, yeah, so it's kind of like it literally like it was sometimes like it will be standing like this, like it's an icon, and I'd be thinking, oh, a saint or like a extended one, but it's like it's portraying that it's that, but it's not. Every time I keep talking about this, the sunlight comes out. The sunlight's like lighting up everything. Like the clear sky, partially clear skies. A little bit of we got the feather light, nimbus cirrus fair day. It's a fair day outside. Pretty fair. I think it's nice, beautiful weather, bright sunshine. But every time I notice, every time I keep talking about this subject and mentioning it, the light come like pouring into the window. So yeah, I think there's something to it. 100%. But anyway, I don't sense the its vibration or connection. I think it's meant. I think it has a purpose. I don't think it's meant to be connected to me. I think it's meant to be a detached and away from me. I'm pretty sure it's around because it's associated to me, but it's not on me. But like this one is this spirit for whatever the reason is on me. Yeah, I know why. It told me very specifically why. I'm just avoiding saying it out loud. The message was, well, maybe I should say it out loud. Okay, I better say it out loud for this is for educational purposes because I also wrote it down because it was the first thing that this thing ever really said. It usually ignores me or usually like it'll like act like it's not there. Like demon interaction like oh you're not there oh you're like like ignore you or now it doesn't want to talk now that you're like acknowledging it. It said it's hard for me to say this out loud. It says I feel like I'm underpaid. Oh my gosh. Oh, I feel lighter that I said it out loud. I feel like I'm underpaid. That's what the spirit said. I mean, this entity said. I feel like I'm underpaid. So I wrote it down. I feel like I'm underpaid. Underpaid may even represent like under appreciated. So I wrote it. I wrote underpaid, but that can mean underappreciated as well. So this entity has been around me since last night. So it just arrived. It's only been here for like less than 24 hours, but it always attaches itself right here and just like you should do this, do that, do this, don't do that, So it feels like it's always like it'll be opposite of what I have in mind, and so I centered myself and said, instead of doing what it's trying to get me to do, there is something that I wanted to do. I wanted to go live and study, and I say I'll create the space, and that's what I end up doing. So that's what led me here. It was from that conversation. Oh yeah, yeah. So yeah, I do have my own kind of spiritual like psychic warfare. So I don't have any time to be throwing energy at anybody else. I'm too busy using energy to protect myself. So I assure you, you have nothing to worry about me. I bet I speak for many other psychics, who are older, like as I am, who's had to like deal with spirits from a very young age, playful and very destructive, like violent destructive. I had to deal with them. Um, yeah, so I know that I'm speaking for a lot of us, like ones who actually have to deal with that. Um, but I also I was very at very young age, adolescence. I was running into gurus, and the one of the first major one that was a medicine woman, Teresa uh, uh, Dominga Chavez, um, Native American woman, and yeah, Native American. Um, Her grandfather she said is Mexican. Um, okay, so um, all right. Well, she's older, become my godmother. Um, Mixed children. One child by who is Native American. Um, she's Cherokee. Son and daughter, same father, mixed race, or Mexican, Native American. Uh, and then for a year until I was like 13, going to 14. I met her. She baptized me just as I was turning 13. baptized. The birds, the whole baptizing scene of by a medicine woman that happened, like the bird that's outside the window, staring into the window, all of that happened. For me, it was crows, either crow or raven. I think it's crows. They were on like in the tree. Um, but it was funny because she mentioned like um, a bird's going to come and stare right directly at you through a window, and she was like explaining what that meant. And then for a year she like instructed me and told me things like how to protect, lots about like protecting, and a lot of I won't say like the mysteries. She didn't want me to talk about it openly, but she said, but I remember like the things I can say out loud. Protection was like the first thing and the most extensive thing that she talked about. That even like in herbs, from herbs to meditation to visualization, prayers, it was about protection first and foremost. And she had also gotten me a pendant from a Roman Catholic church. It was silver and it had a saint on it as well. And she said, when it falls off, that means I've elevated. So I wear jewelry to this day. Like I wear like certain kinds of jewelry, some of them or some rings, some like. But for me, I understand the symbols of why I do it, and yeah, what it represents. It represents a move from one stage to the next as they fall off or they come up missing because I misplaced them or what have you. Rather than I think of them as misplaced, I think of it more like as graduation. Um, and yes. So anyway, my journey began obviously at a very young age, in adolescence. And I knew that I was going this journey even in the single digits, just so just to be clear. A few years, so from 14, about age 14, I met a teacher who um, was a part of I overheard. I went to no, I was walking behind. She was talking with another person, and they were talking about. And I heard psychic and fair. I said psychic fair. So so I pretended like I was walking. So I went. I heard. Let's say they was talking, kind of like near the entrance. So I went and I sat down at a chair by the door in administration, and was listening in. By the way, guess what I had in my I had a backpack, Jam Sport backpack, red. I had my first tarot deck of cards, and how I obtained those. Since the single digits adolescence, I was reading regular poker cards, and I remember poking holes at either ends of the cards to do readings. And I would read everybody, all the adults, anybody who I could read. I would just read for them for hours, and the adults would just sit there for like 4 hours, and I would this, and this would happen. By the way, I would babysat, right, and the person the family I babysat for would go bingo, and they would like be calling me like, "Is everything fine? Hey, do you think I'm gonna win a bingo?" Like, okay, if I win, I'm gonna send a pizza over there. We get pizza because they would win. And things like that. So anyway, I read for a lady, and she was so impressed that she says, you need actual tarot cards," because she's from that era, like tarot cards, and she's from the 60s. So she said, "You need tarot cards." I was like, "What's that?" Tarot cards. Tarot cards is what you're trying to do. This is really like this is playing cards, even though playing cards are part of tarot cards, but it's called cartomancy. I was like, "Oh, I didn't know. I thought I was doing something." It's like, no, you need it. Had when you said you're gonna give me a reading, I thought you're gonna have tarot cards. You need tarot cards. She kept insisting on this, and then She says, we're going to go to the Peace of Mind bookstore. It's in Tulsa. It's huge. And it's my first store that had all this stuff in it: books, used books, new books, books you're not allowed to take out, like books that are chained to like a platform. You can look at it, you can look to it, but you can't like yeah, and they got it chained. Just don't want to say that again. You can't run off with it. But I wasn't interested in that as much. I was like, as much as my eyes wanted to like go around and check out all this knowledge, there was like extensive as a library. Like there's some books you like you would literally have to have like a ladder. Like who's even I was like, who's even going up there? Like layers, like 7 cases up of books. Like who's even going up there? And how would you even know what book is up there to grab? But I was like, the tarot is focused on the tarot card section. And of course, they had the tarot cards. But then I noticed in the corner of my eye, they also had books that talked about the cards. So I ended up getting the tarot deck that was, of course, Rider Waite. And I don't know, luck of the draw that I got the right deck. That was the deck that usually beginners get. And it's the traditional deck, like the first deck. So I got it. And I noticed at the corner of my eye that it has like there are volumes to Rider Waite. Because oh yeah, it took me some time. I was like, well, which one is like notable? Because there's like all kinds. There was like Golden Dawn, and then and the person was with me like, oh, Golden Dawn. I was like, something was off about Golden Dawn. So I was like, which one seems traditional? So the only one I saw that seemed to have like a system. I flipped through the pages of a book, and it had like it talked about Yahweh. I was like, the Hebrew letters. I was like, that sounds fascinating. It had this like this graphic of the tree of life and the 3 pillars. The signal, and the sephiras, and it was in Hebrew. I was like, hmm. And I saw letters that looked like Jehovah. I was like, my brain, Christian brain, growing up, like saying Jehovah, tarot, Jehovah symbolism. They match. So I put the book back. I was like, okay. Well, she says, you want that book, don't you? It's like, okay, you're gonna get the deck, you're gonna get the first volume, and then I'm gonna let you study. You gotta read everything that's in this book through and through. And then you're gonna read for me again. If it's satisfactory, we'll come back and get the second volume. And that's exactly what I did. That's how I ended up with that first. I ended up with the deck of tarot cards in my jam sport bag, and now I'm listening in, and I'm listening to a teacher say. So I approached. I said, "Is that? Oh, I heard. I wasn't meaning to eavesdrop in, but I was wondering if may I join you, accompany? Is there a way that I can get there to like? Hey, I can come pick you up. I know. Yeah, I already know where you live. Small town, and." And I was an athletic and all that, voice and all that, blah 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 blah. And so it's like, yeah, I already know where you live. So came pick me up. We went to the psychic fair. Was introduced to, uh, I only remember one of them, Carol Fogelson, but there were like 3 people who I needed to have tested for, read for them, satisfactory, and then joined an organization. That was my first organization or reading professionally for society. Yeah, and then what was it? I would have been 14. Mm-hmm. And what else? What else? What else? What else? Yeah, yeah. Okay. Anyway, that's as far as I want to go with that story. But yeah, that's where it began for me. So yeah, I've been reading for a very long time. So yeah, so I've been dealing with these spirits for a very long time. But I actually like the conversations that the spirits and I have. I love them. Like when they do come through, I love them, and whether if they are different. I want to say different. I'm trying to refrain from saying malevolent. I still try to like listen to them, even though I know you're toxic. You're not healthy for me per se. There might be somebody out there who you might who might need you, but like, what are you about? What is your story? So I will listen, But I don't participate in such matters. But I did have a did well I do excuse me I do have a client who was kind of like it's like a psychic match that escalates and had people working on her behalf to remedy the situation. But mine for some reason proved to be more effective. I didn't want to say that, but sometimes I say it without saying it. I'm like, look, do it this way, and you'll get a return. Because she spent a lot of, I hate to say it like, but she spent, yeah, she talks about spending a lot of money on that person too. And I'm like, so I don't want to infringe. So I always say like, well, if you want to try this, try it like this. And I'm telling you that like I haven't felt this energy at all. I have had the best sleep. Now I can finally go to sleep at night. This person not visiting my dream. Oh, this person has not attacked me in such a long time. Wow, like we don't even talk about that anymore or much. Very rare. So yeah, so it's like they had because it started out with like, well, we're intending to do this. You think it'll be effective? You think it'll work? I was like, well, it's like it's not to take away from that experience. Would you care to try this? And I'm telling you, it was like, like so right now they're not talking this. Now when we talk, we're talking about like well, now they're writing a book. So they're writing a book, not just a book. They're writing novels. It's a series of books. It's going to be amazing. It's so many dynamics to this book that they're putting together. I'm so proud right now. I'm like, yeah, I'm like, yeah, that's going to be beautiful. How that's going to play out. Like, yeah. It's crazy what's going on in Australia. I have a client that, who is like, higher education and is researching, like I believe she's native. She has a native ancestry to Australia. And she's doing a lot of research and work on that. So she calls in and she asks about that. And then, of course, with the king and his queen, Camilla, uh, I think I hope I pronounced the name correctly. Um, I didn't pronounce that name correctly. I got them mixed up. Queen and Queen. Um, oops. I've got to put names. They have a beautiful picture. Okay, I got to be a little bit more specific. I think I'm trying to be too polite with this. I'm all imagining like they're like sitting here like staring, looking over my shoulder, see how I'm gonna write this respectfully. Okay, when I should just say King Charles and his wife's name. Camilla. Oh, okay, I had it right. Camilla. I got it right. I had it right. It's yeah, Queen Camilla. Okay, I had it right. Okay. Okay. So yeah, made a visit to Australia, and then there was like somebody I guess serving on the representative, like an outburst was like going in on the king. But overall, he was in good spirits. He even brought a gift, and and he said he enjoyed himself. Like he had the whole, you know, I am king and experience, and with it along with his queen Camilla. So, but I thought that was fascinating. So, like, I've been thinking about this client. I'm like, wow, like this is serious. Like they're serious. So, I had to like I'm resting in that space of like, I got to take this serious. I mean, I'm taking it serious, but I'm like, Like, how deep does this go? Because, okay, so I made an informed inference because I'm like, yeah, this affects you, spiritually. It's like, they said in retort, well, I'm not talking about anything like fantasy. I'm talking, no, these people here, they have like guns. I'm like, lady, you and I both know. but I didn't, I said, I'll give you that. I'll give you that. They'll say, no, 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 no. What I mean is, listen carefully. This situation, this is what other people don't get. It affects you not only physically, it affects you spiritually, mentally. They don't want to, they only want to believe, like, oh, it only affects me a little bit. Oh, I only got a little bit of that. I only got what I wanted. I pick and choose, cherry pick. No, 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 no. Like every one of us, mentally, physically, spiritually, and psychically. Psychically, that's my space where I live. Welcome, it's a pleasure. I'm Psychic Donald. Okay, okay. Thank you both so much. It's a pleasure answering your questions today. I'm Psychic Donald. My PIN is 4074. Is there a special area that we should talk about or we're going to cover today? Okay. I love like just simple, throw it out there. Here's a general area, focus on that. And anytime you want to shift gears, you can always shift our conversation in any way you feel comfortable, okay? All right, let's use your readings. Let's start already. So, what I can see in this space of the heart, matters of the heart, love life, is that you will, I'm sensing intensify, to like to increase. I'm also seeing heartfelt words, like the heart warming up. I'm seeing that around you. I'm getting the sense that this represents that the heart is going to connect or have like love in mind. Like love is in mind, like in the consciousness is what I'm looking at. And they're showing us that there is an emotional relationship or connection. That's what I'm sensing. But this is being elevated. It's not going to be simply just emotional. It's going to be at the heart level where one might say, I'm having stronger, finding myself like contemplating this person on my mind. I'm sensing that happening. I'm also seeing the colors green, which is whenever vibrant, does represent love. And also it can represent a sense of energy shifting, like when it goes from like into these brighter, vibrant colors of green, it means that we're shifting into healthier vibrations of happiness that bring in happy moments. Healing love. I'm here doing another method, multitasking, and another other method says healing love. So I love that about your journey, healing love. Now, they did say in your first one, I want to point out, if I may say this though, a bit, add a little of nuance. It did say that he and you, like, were like, well, she does this, then I do this. Well, he does this, then I do this. So it's like a bit of, I see like I want to play chess a little bit, but then it elevated. It's like it actually began to work. Like it really works, like the connection. I think that you two, like, you will enjoy your partner. That's what I'm saying. Like having your life experience, how you enjoy each other's time, the way you spend that time together. For the, I would say for the long journey, this is for the long haul. Like for this very much is appealing. I also want to say this: your path in love and love creating making, I think you might find that it's going smoothly. This right now is going to be smooth. It's like smooth, right? Well, I want to say this. They say this understood, but they have here. They said this unforeseen love, this unseen, unforeseen connection that's happening. And this it says that yes, you two drive each other in the right way, in a good way, a little, outside of your mind, crazy. But they said this, You two all will always flow together and flow in the same direction, and you're going to see that every time or every day that we get to, let's say, throughout let's say just throughout October. Now, of course, when I say smooth sailing, I saw you two going into 2025 together with no hiccups. I think you two are going to bring in the new year together. I want to get that out there. But particularly, let's bring it. I'll dial it down some. I mean, like let's bring it to October. October, I see that more and more you're finding that it's becoming easier, much more easier for the two of you to really continue having this bond. Like there's a sacred. They say it's a bond you two share. Indeed, indeed. Now, now I know that in this space, as it describes, you connecting and bonding with this individual, right? And this is someone, as they said, well, it's from your energy, from his energy, from your energy, back and forth, until yes, you both are connecting and healing in your love, and the longevity wise, long term wise, like really becoming sure, having real feelings, not just emotions, but real feelings between you and this a said person that's coming in through the reading, indicating that you're going to have this beautiful relationship in which you not only have the empathic connection, but you're connected at the heart level. But also they represent a bond between the person and yourself. This is what's in the development. I like this part because yes, it talks about this give and take situation at the moment, but it also says yes, it's reliant upon, it's dependent upon, if the two of you do everything okay, what could be the interference, what could be blocking this love experience. It may be that, it started out one way. Maybe it was supposed to be superficial, it'll add a little bit of pleasure. Maybe it's supposed to be just a little bit, maybe it's like, oh, we're in the shallow waters, but now let's go a little bit farther into those waters of emotions. I mean, the emotions, right? The emotional department. And that's why I'm picking up all this energy that says, yes, you're going to have a relationship, no doubt, but I see you etching ever more to companionship ultimately. Like this is ultimately, as you would say, entering into this space of where there is a stronger bond, a stronger connection, and it's not going to be on and off again. I do see mixed signals. I'll say that there are mixed signals here, and I also see, but I also they say that when you begin to do the work behind the scenes, like uh, the work between the two of you, as I would say, they're realizing that well, it's not as mixed up as we perceived, especially when we talk about this out loud. I'm getting a strong sense, like dynamically, it sounds like, it appears like he and you know exactly what you want going forward. And I always see you two coming back around there. Sometimes they say, oh, on and off again. Sometimes it's there. Sometimes we know it or feel it, and sometimes it's not there. But I also see like to rebound back or we come back again into that connection. I see a bounce back where you two said, okay, look, we're trying this. But ultimately, I saw that you get something out of it. Something is meant to manifest out of this connection. This is this is what's going on internally. So let's look what's going on the outside world. The outside is going to tell us, so what is going on physically? This is what's going since we now know what's going on inwardly, it's going to allow us to share like what this person is going to be thinking as it relates to the question, what about love and relationship? So what I could see in this realm, it talks about in the okay, there are some romantic elements here. Okay, the passing of connections. Oh, okay, there was uncertainty, kind of like too good to be true or too good too quick. So sometimes that comes up, but they also said there's something about the persons that it helps you to gravitate. That's going to pull you in. I believe over the next few, I wouldn't say a few weeks, but I sense that something they're sharing with me 2 days, but I'm sensing 2 weeks, some a 2 weeks time frame. But they're also saying 2 days. Something is going on today and tomorrow regarding relationships, or 2 days regarding you and a person entering into your life wanting to connect with you more and more. But most importantly, 2 weeks. And it's like I'm seeing hesitation to walk away from this. Like, why can I not walk away? Like, if it's meant for us like just to hang out for a short time, or maybe it's too good to be true, then what is my hesitation? I should be able to walk away and just let it be. I don't want to be wrapped up in anything that's not going to be sustainable or real, right? But it's like something is keeping me captivated. That's because there is they said even as it on the surface it looks or appears to be incompatible, they said that you actually both have so much in common that in a lot of ways, more and more you'll find that your lives are actually intersecting, and the experiences in your lives are quite unexplainable. It's like it's so unexplainable that you both say, well, for the two of you to investigate, like more investigation is needed. And my guides also say this. They speak to, it's not even about controlling the situation. It's like, well, trying to control to see, like, make it happen. It's not even about that at all, or ultimatums. It's just awakening to what you both desire and want and what you actually are seeing in each other that seems to hold this together. Like the reason why it is becoming more intense or more connected in the way by way of the heart is what I want to say. Those are the parts that I can see, that is truly manifesting. Absolutely. So I want to say this. I get the sense that your bond to your companionship is in development, yes, but it's also going to become more, what you say, if we verbalize, okay, now you two are seemingly a couple, or something to that measure. And I would say, as we're bringing in November, I would say as we bring in the November month, that's what I want to say. I'm getting to, first of all, path number 2 is like in terms of time, like 2 days relationships. It's going to be the focus in communication and things like that, being approached over the next 2 days. Then I see 2 weeks, and that is confirmation time throughout this week and the next week. I mean, so about a week and a half, not fully, but 2 weeks roughly. They're saying that, so 1 week and a half, we'll say it that way, approximate, but 2 weeks, because next week over. They're saying in the middle of the week that that's when you get your confirmation, like, okay, we're doing something, aren't we? There's something going on that is with us. That is happening in this space that will represent emotions, that represent who we are, what we want, our desires, and things like that. Us going forward. And like they mentioned earlier, for some odd reason, having these strong connections, feelings, and shifts of like, would that have much more different meaning than just feelings, or like empathic feelings, is what I noticed. That's happening through your reading. That's the part where I'm mentioning, this is going to be easier than it's been, because especially when you two are talking about going the long way, going all the way into relationship. Of course, when I was stating that in my brain, I keep seeing November go by, I keep seeing December go by, and now we're celebrating the new year, and it's like, oh wow, you two are gonna say, we actually made it, we made it. We're in the new year, we're together, and we know what we're doing, we know what we are. So this is letting you know that in love and relationship, there is a blossom that is taking place, a blossoming. Um, that this is what's next. That's how the doors seem to open up for you. Ultimately, I know it's got something to do with the commitment there, the dedication from the other side. Like on their part, wanting to commit. I think that you're going to be open and ready as well. Like, why is this person wanting to meet up and wanting to have these time together, these special times together, or frequent time together, or as much or length of like the period of time spent together? Why? And then, of course, the conversation. This now it's a light. It's like the energies here are lighting up. They're showing vibrations of like this, the communication, like how it's flowing, and that's why I believe it's going to be a little easier than it's been. Mm-hmm. That's what I can see. Um, Here in this realm, they also mention this. You are manifesting in this space. Okay, so there's manifesting work. Uh, there is, well, they kind of mention a safe space, or there's like a safe time frame, I guess. They mention that. They keep mentioning that. Okay. Oh boy, let's see. Safe space. Oh, there were contemplations of actually like letting this person go or saying it like initially. There was like maybe it's not working, like goodbye. But it's like they said earlier, all this hesitation bit and fifth dimensions usually mean for me like, but why did we bother to like keep talking if we're not going to do anything? But then I realized, well, the chart is the astrals are charting you both to be compatible. You both are actually compatible, even though it has not revealed that to you where you can see it, but it's available, is what they want you to know. They said that this path, this road is available, though beyond the separations of time and things like that. Um, yeah, this person bouncing back in, not understanding what way they come in. This person will come in very like nicely, like very like a nice person. I've been a nice person to reach out to. Well, we still talk, but then at the same time, it's like the chase begins again. It's like, oh, here goes this cycle again. I thought we were just talking. So it just picks up again. That there's just a lot of compatibility there. That's just unrecognized at the moment, but it's soon to be visible. It's going to be full on visible. Won't be deny it. Yes, that's what I can foresee. A pleasure answering that. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, well, let's take a look and see what happens within that vibration. It didn't mention or have conversation in the realm of the soul mate. So we're going to see what is going on in that area. What they say in terms of that space. Now, I know that the new year, 2025, is about soulmates and unions and such, the entire 2025. All right. So I get the sense that you are going to have an experience there at some in some point. They said that in the divine timing, a relationship you will enter, with a soul connection, and but I believe it's going to come through karmic, like through experiences, like direct connection. So it's like a relationship that develops over time, and in that relationship, it becomes transformative, and it's going to be where you both rely heavily upon one another and sacred in the bond that is sacred. Again, that's the bond. I believe that that's what you're on your way towards, or who you're on your way towards, is soulmates. Is a soulmate like style connection, like something greater, something better than you've witnessed in a long while. It does come in the form of a new romance, but with the expectations of having a soulmate to twin flame situation, like the vision coming to pass, coming to fruition, the wish come true. Yes, that does indeed take place. Um, Essentially, as I know we're reading a little bit further into the future, at least like December 2024. But I know that this is referencing like early 2025. This is really when, as relationship is maturing and becoming more serious, this is more serious relationship. Is what I'm really he's telling me, and he's like he's there, he's there, he's there, present, stating words like he speaks of love. He speaks of wanting something lasting. He speaks these words, but I know words. But is he really the soulmate though? Is he like that's to your question? Is he like he could say those words, but what about the action? Action if it's not there, words are meaningless. And but what I can when I read in this space, I can tell he's speaking from himself. He's speaking from his being, the being that does the action of love. I do see that. So he does stress that, he wants to like love someone for a long period of time, long-term relationship. That's what they were saying. So I do believe that this next journey is indeed soul connection related or soulmate related. Mhm. And for the first time, they not only they did elevate the idea of, like the expectation, like, is this the one person, the soulmate that, because we have a few. Is this the kind of soulmate that you want to become a twin flame with? That kind of soulmate? I would say yes. That's where this is heading. Hmm. And meeting the expectations of dating, like the man who calls, the man who drives to come to see you, the man who's asking you if you would, like to give some of your time, spend some time with them. He does match the expectations for being in a relationship. He does do that too. Hmm. Indeed. Well, it should be fascinating. You begin to live your life. It's a pleasure working with you, answering all of your questions that we can today. If you have any further questions, my pin is 4074. I'm Psychic Donald. A pleasure. Have a great day. Oh, boy, she is on her way to finding the love of her life, but she's supposed to be reconvening. Here's the thing. She's going to reconvene with a love of her life. So it's not a new relationship. It's a relationship that's been in the making for a while. But she understood that because she was like, yeah, yep, that's him. She's like, by chance do I meet my soulmate? Like, he is your soulmate. But you're just recognizing each other. So that's how I read. And what the question that they asked, love and relationship like anyone else. That's it. That was the question. uh, More like a command. Read love and relationship like everybody else. So yeah. So I do that because if I just think about it, if you call me and I just started in on you, you'd be like, "What are you talking about?" Like, okay, what? Or things might come up personal, or you might be like, why would you say that? So I always prepare people what they're walking into. I'm like, look, I can read your mind, or I can let the guides flow, and they just tell you. But you know how they're going to talk. They're going to be like, yeah, you need this, you need that. You'll be like, oh, I wanted to talk about my boyfriend or my girlfriend. So, so I always give them, like if they really not into it, into the whole, well, this is here what spirit has to say bit, then they'll just say, look, I want to know about, this or that. And then I'll say, okay, that's all I need to know. So that's how I more or less read. Okay, let me check the time. It's 1:05. I have another hour. It's another hour to go. Well, I don't know. Maybe, um, let's see. Okay, I'm gonna do some writing. Let me see, what can I write about? Um, let me think. Okay, I'll do some. Hmm. How would I write that? Okay. Um, Hold on. Okay. 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 I got my new highlighter. Okay. So. welcome. It's a pleasure. I'm Psychic Donald. A pleasure answering your questions today. Matt's who I'm working with. Okay. Let's see. Hmm. So let me see. How would we word that though? Like, okay, through camaraderie, camaraderie. That's a nice word. Camaraderie, camaraderie, meaning a sense of camaraderie, familia, companionship, brotherliness, brotherhood. Yeah. Camaraderie. That's what we want.
esprit de corps, esprit de corps, esprit de corps, esprit de corps, esprit de corps.
Let's see. Welcome, it's a pleasure. I'm Psychic Donald. Welcome. I always hear you all perfectly because I have it's very superior over here. The line, I pay a lot of money, to have the best of the best. Anyways, but I had one of my favorite and best clients, right? Big spender. He calls and he says that on his side, because sometimes he goes through elevators, I'm going to lose a signal. So I think it's coming from when certain clients they're in particular different areas. Right, but it's more coming from their side because I can hear you on your all side. You could a pin could drop and I would hear it because I'm always like, look, I hear there's another client who have twins, right? Since we've been reading, and sometimes I hear them giggling, and I'm like, I hear you fine. I hear the kids giggling and all that. So I think it's coming from which I have no power over here to fix it because I just have my perfect landline. I have my landline, and it's just that all it is a landline with no special features. Okay. Oh, uh, well, of course. Oh, by the way, when it does happen, I always disconnect. That's why I disconnect from them, and they call back and they say, "Oh no, it's fine now." So I get that all the time. Okay. Okay. Would you like? Oh yes, yes, please. Mhm. Excellent. Excellent. Welcome. Welcome. It's a pleasure. I'm Psychic Donald, and my pin is 4074. And how may we assist? I can help you in many areas. Hello? Okay, well, like I told the receptionist, what I must do is disconnect, and if you would like to contact back, please do. So we can preserve all your time so that we can continue our reading, so that you can hear everything. Okay? All right. Welcome, it's a pleasure. I'm Psychic Donald. Hi. Okay. Thank you. Hope the line is better now. Welcome. Is this much better? I see. That's what I said. I said I always call back and it'll be better. All right. So I'm ready to answer any of the questions you may have today. We can focus on an area. I can also read around you if you like. How would you prefer to start? Mm, 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 mm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm. 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 Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Right. Okay. Right. Understood. I understood. I understood you said it, everything, articulated it perfectly. So let's delicately walk this space and see what's going on with this gentleman. What I could see is that the guides here say he is being a bit of a toxic lover. He's being a bit of a lover, and they do say that he is on the conquest out there. Like he is, I believe he has sort of entangled himself up with someone. Oh boy. Yeah, it is. It feels very much like this is not necessarily a girlfriend. This is more like, I think he's found a friend who they're intimate is what I would like to call it. That's what, because it comes across as like a, if this was a marriage, this would be like an affair or something. This is more like, it's not a girlfriend. This is somebody who he's, like what they call like who's become his friend, like who he's sleeping with, or like a lover, like he's taking her on as a lover. Mm. Right. Let's take a look at that. So that's half of the session. Yes. Understood. Right. So, right. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Your emotions are your emotions. You're lucky to have them. Um, what I can say, or to speak to this, is that oh no, I can't lie. I didn't say I could lie to you. I just said no. You need to feel all the emotions. That's all I meant. No, seriously though. The guides here are illustrating that there is, some issues that, like with him wanting to be loyal, wanting to be completely, like involved in one person. He gives me the feeling of like he's beginning to want to be out there, uh, exploring other relationship, but he knows that you don't want an open relationship. You didn't ask for an open relationship. He doesn't want he doesn't want to bring you into an open relationship unknowingly, is what I'm getting a sense of. I don't get the sense that while he's with you, that he's cheating on you. Like while he's with you, he's cheating on you. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm, right. Okay. Mhm. Right. Right. You're going through a lot. You're going through so much. And he began, and I believe that he did meet this person recently. I'm not saying like recently, like this month. I mean, like, I think he's met this person for a while, maybe a few months, but I don't see that they've been together for 2 months while he was with you. That wasn't happening. Like everything is coming out where he's realizing that he wants to explore with this other woman, and then like saying he cannot pull you into this. Well, I when I read for him, he seems more intrigued or interested in her in the realm of wanting to have to explore other relationships. So it's a matter of exploration to see what's different out there, a different experience than what he's had or what he's experiencing with you, between he and you. But he respects what he has between he and you. That's why he wouldn't cheat necessarily, not like directly, like hide the fact that he's got another lover. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Well, I only can sense that he's very, I know straight on that he's going to become involved with her. And I do mean the only reason why he would need to tell you, because the only reason why he's telling you about her is because he's interested in moving forward with her. I know he's going to at least do the presumptuous acts of being with her. I do see that. I don't get the sense that this is something that's just overnight, to the benefit of you to know this information. I don't think that this is just a overnight thing. I think that he's going to continue on with her, but he doesn't want to pull you into it because he has too much respect for you. But he's going to be involved with her romantically, but he's not going to pull you into it. He won't. That's why he won't come to be with you. He don't want to put you into a situation where you're in an open relationship with him. I get the sense he is um, walked away to so that he can experience other relationships. I don't even think of her as his girlfriend necessarily. They're just lovers, right? I get the sense that his journey seems to be very much predicated upon the new experiences, which, as far as I can see, and I can only see up for like 2 months, like at the end of the year, I mean, like December, and he is not returned. Like he is still messing around out there in the conquest of the world, meeting, like dating and lover. That's what I can tell you. So it's like whatever you need to do to prepare your mind and your consciousness, it's best to do so, like emotionally for this. Because I understand, I understand, but I'm a time psychic, and I'm just like making the predictions here, letting you know that he's intending to get to know her. He only reason why he's letting you know because he's trying his best not to hurt you, but he doesn't want to pull you into a circle where you're in like a triangle. You didn't ask for that. You didn't ask him to go cheat on you. Like be honest with you, and he's being honest with you. He's mm-hmm, 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 right. This, right. Mhm. Mhm. Right. I have to, make a prediction. The prediction says he's going to go out there in the world and open himself up to other partnerships. That I can see that that's the only vision they're giving me to speak on regarding him. Mm, I get the sense that how this is going to unfold. You'll stay in contact, you'll keep in contact with him, right? But you're gonna find that he's gonna be very reluctant to get close because he doesn't want to pull you into a love triangle. Yeah, I think he's gonna find that, like you described earlier about him being like avoiding and things like that, and that's why he's doing it. He doesn't want to pull you into a love triangle. I can only see up to 2 months, so this is, well, only what I'm able to see for 2 months. So I wouldn't be able to see beyond that. Mhm. Um, I wouldn't be able to do that either. I don't go into those spaces. It's not healthy for me or you. But it is real. I can tell you. I will offer you that she is real. But if I may say this, I don't. I can tell you this. He's not coming across as, I know you not every woman wants marriage, but I'm telling you, he doesn't look like the man you will marry. I don't see marriage with him. I'm not saying you're looking for marriage with him anyway, but he doesn't look like marriage guy. Hmm. He's interested in dating other people, which he's going to do. Well, like, I can't speak to his heart. God knows his heart, but I think he has a great deal of respect for you. I can clearly see he has respect for you. That I can read very clearly, his actions. But I have to tell you, this is something of his own devices. It's his choosing. It's nothing supernatural about it. He just decided that he's going to open his mind to dating outside of he and you. Yeah. I, those are the parts I cannot answer. Those are subjective. Those could be anything. I can't prove those. I don't read those areas. I can only say things that will happen in front of your eyes. Hmm. I can only say for over the next 2 months. I can only see up to 2 months. So I can only read for you in this regard for only 2 months. So for the next 2 months, you'll find that he's living his life and going out there and hooking up. That's what you're going to see with your eyes. Well, that I wouldn't know. They describe him as not settled down, so I don't believe he's just settled down with just. I don't think he's taking the connection he's claiming is this new girlfriend. I don't think that he sees her as just a girlfriend. I think she's more like a friend or a lover. So he might date around. It's like he's openly dating. That's the truthfully. Oh, I will not disclose that. I will not do that. No, no. That's not healthy for you. You need to work with your emotions. I don't know if you need to speak with your therapist, but you really have to get into the right frame of mind. You really do. I think it's healthier for you to start thinking what to do next for yourself. Okay, then I won't give you information that's going to be counterintuitive and productive for your growth. I won't offer you that information. Okay, understood. I respect that. Sure. Okay. Sure. Okay. Then let's do. So this. Be careful of our time, please. Mhm. Okay. What about George? What would you like to know? Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, let's take a look into this. So, what I can see is this: the guides here are stating this. Um, I do see right. Oh, it's okay. You owe me no explanation. Let me tell you what the guides say. So, what I can say is this: they do say that there is a completion that's happening around you, and yes, I do see him as attracted, like a friend, like he'd like to get to know you better. There is an abundance of vibration there. So yeah, oh boy. He's standing next side by side you. Oh, he wants to eventually ask you out on a date, but he wants to ask you out properly and in person. Oh, okay, that's a change. I wasn't expecting to see that. Yeah, your George, or George, I should say, he's going to ask you out, but he wants to ask you out properly in person. Um, I get the sense that it's just a synchronicity of things. He just coincidentally asked to meet up with you. I think he's completely unawares of what's going on. Nothing that he knows that you haven't told him, he'll never know. He's just acting on impulse, is what I can say. Hmm. Well, yeah, I, I, I don't, I cannot really prove any of that, so I don't speak. I try not to speak there. There are empaths who maybe would do a better justice to that question. Mine is more like what you see outside in the world, like prediction wise. That's what makes me psychic. My predictions make me psychic. I'm just letting you know like what to really look out for because what you got incoming. Just like prepare your mind and prepare yourself emotionally for this. That's what I would advise because, as I stated, I don't see any. I don't see anything coming from him in interaction wise over the next 2 months. So just saying, you might want to rethink some things. Be prepared because it is the holidays and the energy is going to be up emotionally. Just be ready and have a buffer. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's a mm, right. Okay. Right. Well, he respects you too much to lead you on like that. He does respect you. Well, I cannot restate that. I don't want to speak that way, but I did share with you the information that I have today. Mm, okay. Right. Okay. Well, I would say don't limit yourself to one man, especially a man who's throwing himself to the wind to be blown which direction. I think you should absolutely just to go spend a little time with George and see where it leads. Who knows where it could take you? Hmm. I don't know. I cannot give that information, but I can say that you have the right path to take to to be dealing with these emotions you're dealing with. You have the ability to do it yourself. You can do it. You can make it past him. Hmm. I shared what I could for today. I, mm, so I would think we should leave it there. You're welcome. All right. I hate test readings. That was a test reading. I don't. She ain't. Trust me, that doesn't turn me on. I don't know whose cookies they playing with. I'm not there. I don't. I don't look slobbering, and I'm like, stop being a punk. Flip the guy off already, and tell him, don't come and don't come back. My doors will never be opened up to you again. You'll never feel the warmness of this pulsing purse. And I'll never accept your cash again. It was a test reading. But I'm not like, listen, I told you, then I say, I have a special way of, I don't do empathic readings. The reason why, I'm an empathic psychic. Yeah, I like emotions that ain't gonna do it. That ain't gonna bring them back. That's why I don't like test readings because it's not real. Because like people you read for, they don't behave like that. Like in the same breath, like all of a sudden asking about another person. I'm like, test read. And I don't like people like having you do read for them to get a reaction out of me. I'm like, look, this is not that kind of line. My line is for adults only, 18 and up. But my line is psychic, not adult content. Sorry. And I'm not remote viewing to tell you where so and so is. Yeah, oh, it's a girl on a this, and then like, what are you gonna like? Okay, so when I used to do that, because I did psychic profiling and I also did with law enforcement, blah blah. I would say, what are you gonna do? Okay, now I give you the information. Now, so what are you gonna do? And then I'm like, wait a minute, what if you do? So I say, oh, scratch that, scratch that, scratch that. Don't do that. No, focus the little time I have, no, focus on you. No, you need to stop it. Look, say it, free will and acts of freedom. Right? The mistress can no longer the kind of mistress that got all the money, like the mistress who's a master. The mistress can no longer be like, no, you stay here, sit, stand over there. Does no. She can't do that today. And nor can them like a man like master like lock her in her room and she ain't coming out. You better not go outdoors, not even to plant in the garden if I catch. No, can't do that. I cannot psychically work in that psychic in that space. No, doesn't against the law, illegal spirituality. So I'm like, listen, by his choice, with no supernatural elements involved, this was the decision. We need to respect his decision. Just the same as when you're ready to do differently, we need to respect her decision, respect her body. But when a guy is gone and he's not doing well, I can't like lift him up. I can't hoist him on my shoulders and say like, "Oh, look what a guy here got a champion," like in the back of my head. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm like, girlfriend, you better go meet this man named just George. Just George got it going on. I already saw it. Now the George person is real. George is got it going on. George, you better go meet George. Now George, now that's my man right there. This other guy is a right, which I read a lot of those. I'm sick of reading them. So right, because they be like when we talk about them, like they like they getting like an award or something. I'm like this dude is not getting an award. Like, oh my gosh. Mhm. Yeah, I don't celebrate like I don't make like the worst of humankind, even an accessory. I don't care if I'm tested or not, into an icon. Oh no, we don't. I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. Excuse me. Well, I don't know. Like I said, no, I'm not going to give you information that is unhealthy for both you and for me and you. No, I'm not doing that. I love having that choice too. That's my free will as a psychic. My free will. I don't have to play in the dark. I don't have to play in the mud, roll in the dark, not even if it's for fake or for fun. Mhm. I definitely do not reward sniveling and tears and laughing and all. I'm not going to reward that. No. You know what kind? You know what I? You know what kind I like? I like secure, like power, like in control, like power, like people like that. Yeah, I reward those. Just much as I don't like. I don't. Okay, with other guys, to be fair, I don't reward. Well, I don't know. I just never thought about asking. Like you never thought about asking. You're just sitting back looking at her. Yeah. Well, why won't she come talk to me? Yeah, I don't reward that. I won't reward that either. Okay, so let me see. Let me check the time here. Oh, okay, yeah. I get to take an hour off. Okay, I'm gonna log out of this one. This one has been fun. I gotta do it for here. Wait a minute, wait a minute. No, no, no. I almost forgot. Let me check. You could tell I just logged out of work. I am free. Homecoming. I am free. Homecoming. Yeah. I am free. Homecoming. Homecoming. Oh, I just actually seen my video. My facial expression. Okay, let's see. Uh, oh, oh, there it is. Wow. People are like hanging out today. Okay. 11 minutes. Okay, 33, 11 minutes. Wow, nearly 12 minutes and 39 views. Wow. Wow. 39 views. Okay. Y'all hanging out with me today. Well, I was on here for a like 4 hours. I've been on here for 4 hours. My God. My God. Crikey. Okay, I'm out of here. I'm starting to play a little too much.